Thank you for coming. I hope, as we get started here, I'm going to do my best to not walk around, because Dale hates that when he's trying to record me. So I'm going to try to stay put. I'm also going to try to finish in a reasonable amount of time to allow for questions. Please feel free to ask me anything. If we get a little bit ahead of ourselves, because this is a 4-week series, I will sort of telegraph that to you and answer your question anyway, but try to reserve some fodder for future weeks. I think I should probably start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I was not raised in a Christian home. I became a Christian later as a teenager. And to sort of succinctly summarize my situation, it was fairly hostile toward the gospel, toward anything with respect to Christianity. But when I became a Christian, I just sort of got absorbed into the study of Scripture. And I was the kid who would take commentaries to study hall in high school and read them. In other words, there was like a suicide watch on me. And I was unusual, but I loved it, and I felt called to do biblical studies full time. And one of the things that I was exposed to and learned pretty quickly was that you could more or less let God defend himself. He doesn't need to be defended, even though we have these impulses, to defend him, to defend the Bible, and, sort of go to bat for God and that sort of thing. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but one of the things I want to get across in the 4 weeks is that one of the best things you can do is just let God be God and let the Bible be what it is. You will be amazed at how disarming that can be to people who would be antagonistic toward it. Now, having said that, there will be some things, I'm going to telegraph this much, there will be some things that I know as I look out at you and try to see you despite the lights in my eyes, that I'm going to see some furrowed brows, I'm going to see some expressions like, what in the world is this guy talking about? It's happened. I was there the night Mike finally lost his mind. You might think that, but I want you to bear with me. I believe in all the things that I'm assuming that those of you who are here believe in. Yeah, I'm a Semitic scholar. Yeah, I went to really antagonistic universities, University of Wisconsin, perhaps the most liberal institution in the country, University of Pennsylvania, the Ivy League. These are not friendly places toward what you would think of as traditional Christianity, traditional view of the Bible. I'm glad I went to those places because they sharpened me in ways that I wouldn't have gotten going anywhere else. I still use words like inspiration. I still use words like inerrancy. Now, I'll grant you that I might define them in a way that you don't or somebody else wouldn't, but you would be amazed for people who would call themselves evangelical and who are scholars, they just don't like those terms. And during the course of the 4 weeks, I'll hit on some of those things too, and you'll see why. But my goal for tonight is that I want you to get an understanding of how those who spend time in the text, specifically the Hebrew text, how they look at Genesis. Why is it? Okay, how many of you know who Bruce Waltke is? How many of you have heard the name? Okay, maybe a quarter of you. Bruce Waltke is a very famous evangelical Old Testament scholar that recently got into some trouble. In other words, people didn't like what he said about his comments on Genesis, saying things like, essentially, who really cares if evolution turns out to be right? I still believe Scripture. I still believe in inspiration. And in the minds of many people, those two things are completely incompatible. Why is it a guy like Waltke, who's a Hebrew scholar, can say that? Why is it if you picked up a study Bible and you read, notes on Genesis 1, or you have a little commentary or some Bible handbook or something, you'll see a small grocery listing of views as to how to take Genesis 1. How is it that people who have equal theological commitments can come out with positions that just seem completely incompatible? And frankly, to some degree, they are incompatible, but they're all held sincerely by people who take the Scripture seriously. In other words, they're not trying to be buddies with the unbelieving scientific world. Okay, they're still saying this is the Word of God. Okay, God is the source. We believe in inspiration. We believe that what it says is true and correct. But they don't have any problem necessarily with things like evolution. Why is that? I'm going to show you why that is tonight. So I have a simple goal. I think I'll be able to walk you through that. Usually it's one of those, I run the risk of having the outcome be, well, I came here thinking that was clear, and as usual, it takes a scholar to really mess things up. Okay, I hope that will not be the way you feel tonight. I want you to understand why there is this difference and why it's legitimate. Okay, why you really can have more than one view of what's going on in Genesis 1 and orient your view, base your view on the text. It has nothing to do with science or making scientists happy. It's about the text. So, there are a few things that probably you came here thinking, if I, could guess what Mike's going to talk about, it would be, these sorts of things. And so I'm going to disabuse you of certain things right away. We'll return briefly to a couple of these, but I would classify certain things that usually get talked about in relationship to how do we understand Genesis 1 as important, but lacking certainty and not central. One of these is, what does bara mean? Okay, the word create. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The Hebrew word for created there is bara. There's a big fight over, what does bara mean? You have some saying it means creation out of nothing. Okay, this is the initial creation event, completely out of nothing. This is when matter is created. And you get somebody on the other side who doesn't really care what bara means. Okay, a Christian, somebody like a Hugh Ross would embrace the Big Bang and be trying to fit that into Genesis and so on and so forth. They don't really care about bara. In fact, they would deny that it means creation out of nothing. Okay, so it's essentially a stalemate. I'll tell you what my thoughts are on that as we go, but that's peripheral. The meaning of yom, which is the Hebrew word for day. There's a big fight that occurs over this word. The days in Genesis 1 are literal 24-hour days. That's what yom means. It means it especially when it's partnered with a number. It has to be 24 hours. There's no other way to look at it. Okay? Those things I just said are not necessarily true. And so they wind up being peripheral to the real issue, because there are people on both sides who will argue meanings for yom on both sides, and all of the views are legitimate. So you don't really get anywhere. Okay, again, we'll return to that in a bit. But what I really want to zero in on, and if you're not catatonic in the next 10 seconds, when I mention English grammar, you'll probably get through the rest of the night. It's about grammar. And you can see it in English. Okay? Clause structure is the key to understanding why Genesis 1 through 3 can be taken a variety of ways. That's the key. And that's the thing nobody looks at unless you're a grammar geek, okay? Unless you're somebody who spends time doing, Hebrew things, working in the Hebrew text. Then you're confronted with it immediately. But in English Bibles, it just depends on the translation. A clause is, we kind of think of it as a sentence, a group of related words containing a subject and verb. Easy. We all know that. It may or may not express a complete thought. Okay, a clause can do either. A verb might be present, or it might be understood. And we've all, especially you homeschoolers who've had to teach your kids English grammar, you know about understood subjects and understood verbs, things that just aren't there in the text, but you kind of know because you know English that they belong there. Same thing happens in Hebrew. There are independent clauses, and these are clauses that contain a subject and a verb and express a complete thought. Okay, store that away in your mind. Independent clauses express a complete thought. They stand alone. They don't need anything else to express the complete thought. Example, Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam. It's a complete thought. It's not giving you the impression that you're missing any information in order to completely understand it. Okay? It stands alone. It's complete. There are dependent clauses, though, that don't stand alone, don't stand by themselves. You have a subject and a verb, but you don't have a complete thought. If I add one word to what you just saw, when Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam, what? I mean, it feels like there's something that is supposed to come afterward to complete the idea. Just by adding that one word, it has a sense of incompletion. It has a sense of lacking something else. That, okay, finish the idea. So you have two kinds of clauses. Complete contained idea and something else that depends on something else, some other part of what you're reading, for you to get a complete idea. So here we have them side by side or juxtaposed. The only difference is the one word when. When Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam, he was able to concentrate. Now, we have the full picture. We have the full idea. And in fact, the underlined part here, he was able to concentrate. That actually could stand by itself. He was able to concentrate. You could put something before it, too. His brother stayed away when Jim studied in his room for his chemistry exam. That gives you a complete, and it gives you a fullness. You're not looking for something else, which is the basic idea. In a dependent situation, a dependent clause, you feel like you've got to have something else to get the full idea. Now, we know this. This is English grammar. We can intuitively feel when we need more information and when we don't. This same situation happens in the first 3 verses of Genesis. There are a series of clauses, and the question is, which ones can stand alone and which ones depend on the others for their meaning? And I'll show you how that works in a second. So again, we have something at the end, something at the beginning that completes the thought. So the question is, independent or dependent? And once we know that, we'll know what the main idea of the cluster, the full idea, the full sentence or sentences. We'll know what the main idea is or isn't. We'll know what describes what and what is described. Here's the first verse of Genesis. Does that sound like a complete idea? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Sure, it can stand alone. Verse 2 starts, "Now the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep." Complete or incomplete? How many vote for complete? How many vote for incomplete? Why the feeling of incompleteness? The first word, now. If we start with the word now, or even and, especially if it was and, some translations have and, that just sort of puts it in your and. Well, that means something like came before. Now, I wouldn't say obscures that, because you still get the same feeling that, well, I really wasn't supposed to start here. There's probably something else that came before. Okay, just a little bit of a feeling there in English. After this group of words, this clause, We have, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And we have and at the beginning, so that sort of gives us a clue that it belongs with something else, something that preceded it. And of course, we have the first half of verse 2. And together, they do rather nicely. We have clear thoughts, but it's that word now, okay, that just sort of, I don't know if I should take it independently or dependently. It's just, I don't know what to do with it. If we took the word now off, the earth was, then it would just feel like it's standalone. But now it's there, and it's there in Hebrew as well. Verse 3, and God said, let there be light. Okay, the and implies continuation, but by itself, let there be light. That's a complete thought. And there was light. Notice I've taken the punctuation off the ends deliberately. Okay. And there was light. Okay? Now here's one way to look at the first three verses. I have the second verse in blue for a reason. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there was light. What is the role of verse 2? Does it proceed from verse 1? Or does it do something else? Do we have a sequence, a chronology, or do we have something else? Mike, you look like you want to...
Feels like there's a jump in time.
Now creates a question. Some sort of, is it a sequence or not? Go ahead. Okay, now there's an important word and idea, backgrounding. What is being backgrounded? Is verse 1 being backgrounded? Or is verse 3 being backgrounded? In other words, do we have a linear sequence of events? Is that how we're supposed to look at it? Or do we have, okay, first verse 1 happens, God creates heavens and the earth. Then the earth was without form and void, as though that's the result of verse 1. And then verse 3 follows. It's a linear sequence. 2 is the result of 1, 3 follows 2. No kidding, Mike, it's 1, 2, 3. All right, you can count. Is that the way we're supposed to look at it? Now, traditionally, that is how Genesis 1 through 3 has been understood. 2 is the result of verse 1. That's the traditional interpretation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That is viewed as the first creative act in the traditional way of interpreting it. God does something in verse 1. The result of that is the conditions we see in verse 2. The writer kind of lets us know what the result of God's creating in verse 1 was. And then he moves on to God getting down to business in verse 3. Okay, so God creates the heavens and the earth, and oh, by the way, when he did that, the earth was formless and empty, and all these conditions. And then God said, let there be light, and we get down to business. Okay, that's the traditional way of looking at it. Let me go back here a second. So we have independent clauses in verses 1 and 3, and dependent in 2, and the dependent is the result. That's the relationship. So here I have grayed out in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's the translation we're used to. But now let's play around a little bit. What if I translated it this way? When God began to create the heavens and the earth, you say, well, that's cheating. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I have a PhD in Hebrew. I can do whatever. No, seriously, if you look in the Jewish Publication Society translation of Genesis 1:1, that's it. When God began to create the heavens and the earth. Now, is that a complete thought or an incomplete thought? That one's certainly incomplete because it's prepping something to follow. You're being prepped as a reader. So when you put the word when in front of it, you know that it's just leading to something. It's not an independent thought or act. It's leading to one that you haven't gotten to yet. Now let's put them side by side, or I'll get there eventually. We have in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Again, that's the traditional translation that most of us are used to. The Hebrew consonants are as follows. You know, Hebrew, of course, was not written with any vowels. I have added a vowel here in red. If I was a Hebrew scribe using the vowel system that was invented at around the 8th century AD, those are the only vowels we have, you know, those little dots and squiggles that you see on a Hebrew text, the vowel system. If I wanted to be sure that my reader would understand I'm talking about the beginning, in the beginning, I would use that little mark that looks like a capital T. And it would be pronounced ba-reshit. That's called in Hebrew the definite article. Just like English definite article, the word for the. Okay, that's all it is. Now, if I wanted to opt for when God began, it would look this way. Be 2 dots underneath. And that means there is no definite article. It's just another, it's a vocal cue that we don't have a definite article here. That would be be-reshit. Which one do you think is in your Hebrew Bible? The Hebrew Bible that like everybody uses now, that has come down to us from centuries ago. The Dead Sea Scrolls do not have vowels. Vowels only start again in the Middle Ages, late antiquity. Which one do you think we get in Hebrew texts that have vowels? The capital T. How many vote for capital T? We've got to vote for capital T. How many vote for the 2 dots? The indefinite one. We've got 4. Oh, 2 dots wins. 4-1. No, let me show you. Let me show you which one we have here. I'm going to go to Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia. This is the German Bible Society edition. It's be-reshit. The translation, when God began to create, is a completely legitimate translation. In fact, it more accurately reflects the Masoretic text, the traditional Hebrew text that we have. Now, you could just as well say, and trust me, some do, that, well, it didn't have vowels to begin with, so we should put ba-reshit in there and be definite in the beginning, first creative act. Sure, you can say that. The only problem is you don't have a single manuscript that does have vowels that has that, like 0. And I bring that up because it's something to store away in your mind, because we're fond, as evangelicals, we're fond of saying things like, oh, those Hebrew scribes were so good at what they did. The Dead Sea Scrolls show that 99.9% accuracy in transmission and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they do. Hebrew scribes didn't lose their brains in the Middle Ages. Okay, they're just as good then as they were at the time of Qumran. So it's cheating to just say, well, I like that other vowel better. And I can have that because it's not original. Yeah, you can. But there is no tradition that supports it. And that's what we have for the Hebrew Bible. We have scribal tradition for the way it's vocalized. So let's go back here. We got 2 possible translations. If we opt for the when translation, Now look, I've changed the colors. Now we have dependent clauses. We don't have a series of independent ideas. We have two full verses of clauses that are leading up to something. And that something is verse 3, and that is the main idea. That's the independent thought. So here, just think about it. Read along with me or in your mind, and just think about how it sounds. When God began to create the heavens and the earth, now the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. It really has a different feel. It sounds like everything in verses 1 and 2 are just prep. They're not really happening. They're the writer describing what conditions, now catch this, the writer is describing conditions that already exist before God actually creates anything, before God actually speaks anything into existence. In other words, you have a situation where verses 1 and 2 lead to verse 3, and they set it up. The first creative act, the first thing God does in Genesis 1 through 3, in this view, is not verse 1. It's verse 3. That's the very first thing that God speaks into existence. For lack of a better term, I couldn't think of anything that's very witty or alliterated. I put Hebrew syntax view, because this is strict Hebrew syntax. Syntax is sentence structure, sentence relationships. If you're going to just go by what the Hebrew says, like a zealot, strictly, obeying the rules of Hebrew grammar, that is what you get. And that's why some English Bibles have that. The new RSV, I wish I would have put this up, the new RSV kind of combines them. It says something like, in the beginning when God created, I mean, it merges them together. So it's like, hey, we can please everybody here. It's kind of an interesting tactic, but translators have to, especially with this verse, they're sensitive because we have this verse, like verses like John 3:16. We got this one in our heads. And so to render it really differently, that might, bother some people. The JPS, Jewish Publication Society, didn't really care about that. What's the importance? Again, another way of looking at the information is that the traditional view has a chronological sequence. God's first creative act is in verse 1. He creates everything. Verse 2, that's the result. That's what we get. Verse 3, God says, okay, back to work. Let there be light. The other view says, well, let me tell you a story. When God began to create the heavens and the earth, and now when he got on the job site, the earth was already formless and empty. Darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And then God said, time to get to work. Let there be light. It's a completely different feel. If you take the alternate view, it allows these assertions about what's happening in Genesis 1 through 3. Genesis 1 is not the absolute beginning. And Genesis 1 through 3 describes an ordering or a fashioning, doing something with matter that already existed. Now that, of course, raises what obvious question? Well, where'd that come from? Yeah, if something's already there, who put that there? Okay, and why do we ask that question? I can tell you right now, a Semite, an ancient Israelite, would have looked at you, in this case it's my wife, and said, what are you talking about? Who cares? What a pointless question. We ask that question why? Because we're moderns and we're thinking scientifically. we've got to account for that. I've got to account for that pre-existing matter. What do I do? What do I do? I got to ask that question because, scientifically we know that matter isn't just there. I mean, it's got to start from, That's what's going through our heads because we have both the benefit and the curse of modern scientific thinking. Okay? Different things are firing in our heads than, an ancient Israelite would have kind of given you a blank stare. And we'll talk about why he would give you a blank stare in the next couple of weeks. Let's go back to bara. Well, doesn't bara settle this? I mean, bara is in verse 1. And that has to mean creation out of nothing. So that solves it. That takes care of the ambiguity. End of story. Sit down, Mike. Okay, end of story. It's all settled with bara. Oh, if only it were that easy. If only it were that easy. Bara does not inherently mean creation from nothing, and I'm going to show you that if you insist on that, be prepared for a contradiction in your Bible between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Now, you may like contradictions in the Bible. Right? I'm willing almost to say that's not a sin. You may like that or not be troubled by it at all. I don't like contradictions in the Bible. Not only do I have theological problems with it, but my mind just doesn't like stuff like that. I've got to kind of settle it somewhere, somehow. But I can live with ambiguity. I just don't want contradiction. Ambiguity and contradiction are two entirely different things. Okay? Let me show you a few things. We'll go to... we're going to work here. Genesis 1, 26 and 27. Right down here, I'm going to click on the word created. And I hope you can see the highlighting. You probably can't. But created, right here, is the word bara. You can see it in the right-hand pane. So we have God's, announces to his heavenly host. That's how I take Genesis 1:26. It says, I got a great idea. Let's make humankind in our image and in our likeness. So verse 27, God gets down to business and God baras humankind in his own image. Now here's a question. I want to say it's not a trick question, but it kind of is. Okay. Can bara mean creation out of nothing here?
Can it? Or does it?
Either, in this case. Was humankind created out of nothing? That's correct. Genesis 2:7. Here, I'll answer the question. We go down to chapter 2, verse 7. The Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground. Adam didn't get here being created out of nothing. Did Eve? No. Verse 22, Eve is created from a portion of Adam's side. So in both cases, God is using material that was already there, dust, Adam's side, to create humankind. Now that should tell us, if we go back up here, am I going the right direction? No, I'm not. Okay. Let's just scroll. Do it quickly. If we go back up to verse 27, God created man in his own image. Bara here cannot mean creation out of nothing. This is why I cautioned you. If you're going to insist that this word has to be understood as creation out of nothing, you got a real problem here. You've got two creation accounts that are diametrically opposed, and you can say, well, they might be from two sources, and I'm not hostile to two traditions that someone put together. I'm not hostile to that. What I am hostile to is You can't have it either way, or both ways. You can't have one that says absolutely God didn't use anything to create humanity, and the other one says he did. Okay, that's clearly contradictory. The solution is very simple. Just admit that bara doesn't have to mean creation out of nothing. Now, it might somewhere. Okay, and of course, our minds go back to Genesis 1:1. Does it mean creation out of nothing there? Well, again, if you take the second view of the clauses, you would say it doesn't mean creation out of nothing there either, because God isn't creating in verse 1. That's set up to verse 3. And you don't have a contradiction there if you take that view, but you do have the idea that God doesn't start doing what he's doing until verse 3. Now, the other verse I had here is Exodus 20, verse 11. If we go back to our interlinear here, in Genesis 2:7, I should just click there probably. Quicker just to do that. In Genesis 2:7, we have the Lord God formed. That's a word, yatsar. In Genesis 1:26, let us make. That's a third word, a third verb, asa, for what God's doing. Humankind, the creation of humankind is actually described with three verbs, bara, yatsar, and asa. That tells you that they all overlap in meaning. And in Exodus 20:11, guess what is asa? Made. The very word we have here for make. And we find out that humankind is made, is formed from pre-existing material. Guess what is made, not barad, in Exodus 20:11? The heavens and the earth. Okay, let's look it up. Let's go there real quickly. This is the Ten Commandments chapter. For in 6 days the Lord made, right here, asa. It's not bara. Now, I look at this and say, well, that's interesting, big deal, because they're synonyms. It is a big deal if you want to say that bara has to mean a certain thing, creation out of nothing. It doesn't, and so this issue doesn't solve anything. The meaning of bara does not get you anywhere when it comes to, well, which flow of the verses is correct? Is it the traditional view where God's first creative act is in verse 1, or is it this Hebrew syntax view where God's first creative act is in verse 3? Bara doesn't help you with that. Yom doesn't help you either. Now, the argument goes that Yom in Genesis 1 has to mean 24-hour days because it's grouped with a numeral. Any of you who have spent much time reading about Genesis are familiar with this argument. Yom by itself can mean an assortment of things. In fact, if you go back to Genesis, we just read it back in Genesis 2. Let's just go here. I'll type it in here. Okay. Let's go up a little bit. All right. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created. By the way, let's click on that. When they were barad, in the day the Lord God made asa. See, they overlap. In the day that God made the earth and the heavens. Like, did God do everything in one day? One 24-hour cycle? Well, no. In this case, Yom refers back to the previous 6 days. It's more than 24 hours. Now, you can go through the Old Testament and look for Yom till your mind is numb. And yes, I've done that. You can do that. Don't try this at home. And you'll find that Yom can mean a 24-hour cycle. It can mean a long, long time, like the day of the Lord, even future time. It can mean, some indefinite period. It usually means daytime. In other words, they meant the same thing by it that we do when we say day. Okay, pick up anything. Chances are when you see the word day in a newspaper or something like that, it's referring to daytime when the sun's out. That's usually what it means. When it's grouped with a number, it doesn't really help. I'll give you a couple instances here where you have the exact same phenomenon you get in Genesis 1, yom plus a number. This is Jacob and Laban, that whole incident. He took his kinsman with him and pursued him. Laban is pursuing Jacob. Pursued him for 7 days and followed close after him. Now, do you really want to press the point that Laban and his men traveled for 7 consecutive 24-hour cycles without stopping? That's absurd. They traveled 7 times when it was daytime, 7 days. Right? That's what you would do. You wouldn't ride during the night, and you certainly wouldn't try to go for 7 in a row. It's not like they're trying to get some record or something. It's not like the Great Chase or whatever that show is. Great Race. Here's another one. Jacob and Esau, when they finally get reunited, Jacob said to him, Esau says, hey, why don't you come over to my place? And Esau says that to Jacob. Jacob doesn't really want to do that. Jacob said to him, my Lord knows that the children are frail and that the nursing flocks and herds are a care to me. If they're driven hard for 1 day, all the flocks will die. Now, what's he saying? If you drive them for 24 hours, they're probably going to die. 20, 21, we can probably make that. No, he's saying daytime. He's not thinking like we are. Okay, 24-hour units. He's thinking, well, this is when you travel. It's day. If we do this for 1 more day, because we've been on the run for quite a while, they're going to die. So he doesn't want to do that. Now, the traditional view, I don't want you to go away thinking that there's nothing to the traditional view, because you do have the slim possibility of the vow. The vow is Masoretic, it's medieval. You also have a few other considerations. Okay, what about the material? Again, if I'm going to try to argue in the next couple weeks, my personal view is that Genesis has nothing to do with science at all. It was completely, the questions we ask of it, the things we're concerned about, wouldn't have even popped into the mind of an ancient Israelite at all. Genesis is really about theological messaging. And I'm going to show you some very specifics, because there are things that are happening in Genesis that are direct slaps in the face of certain ideas in the ancient world associated with other deities who claimed that their god or gods were the creator. And there are little things in the text that say, no. You're wrong. You're like really wrong. You don't have a prayer, pardon the pun, of being right. Okay? It's theological messaging. They're not concerned with, they're not Darwinists. They're not post-Darwinists. They don't know anything about the questions that are in our minds. And I love to point this out to people who criticize Genesis or origins by saying, oh, Genesis, it's just scientifically inaccurate, blah, 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 blah. My first question is, why would you criticize the Bible, Genesis, for not being something it was never intended to be? Can you, explain that to me? Can you explain why that's at all coherent? That's like me criticizing my boy for not being a girl. Okay? It was never intended. This is what he is. He's not that, so I'm not going to... You're criticizing the Bible for not being something it isn't, and it wasn't supposed to be. If you can make sense of that argument to me, then we can have a discussion. Because if you can't, then your argument is totally worthless. Let's go at it from some other angle. Let's take it for what it is. Because what it's really saying is that there was a creation event. God is responsible, the God of the Bible. Okay, can science disprove that? You can hate it all you want. Okay, but there's no way to empirically defeat it, and I know that, and most atheists who've been around the block get that as well. They're going to argue with you about something else. And it's usually the character of the book. But I actually enjoy that because I want you to justify the stupidity of your assertion. And I don't say that, but that's what I'm after. That's what I want from you. Justify the stupidity of the question you just asked me. And then we can talk. Okay. You're going back to the traditional view, though. If this is something, I realize it took a while. It was really when I learned Hebrew that I learned, oh boy, we got something else going on here. There's one possibility, and that is Isaiah 40:21. This would be the way I think you could possibly defend the traditional view. It says, "Do you not know? Do you not hear? Has it not been told you from the beginning?" Notice the phrase, "from the beginning." Guess what? There's no definite article at beginning, just like in Genesis 1. And you look at the verse, and we sort of intuitively know that Isaiah's talking about Genesis 1, isn't he? Would there be some other beginning in Isaiah's head besides the one in Genesis 1? Well, I can't really think of any other beginning Isaiah would have in mind, so it's possible to argue that despite the syntax, despite the grammar, Isaiah looked at Genesis 1:1 as the beginning. That's possible. You could also say he's looking at Genesis 1:1 and thinking of it the way the Hebrew syntax view would think of it, the whole series of events. There's ambiguity here. So the traditional view, my own view is that it's not supported the most easily, but it is possible. Okay, but you need Isaiah 40 to come along and help you. Now we have a few questions, or a few minutes. I'd be glad to take any questions, but let me just prep by saying the rest of the weeks by saying this. If you look at Genesis, again, the one thing I wanted you to get is to understand why guys like Bruce Waltke, why Hebrew scholars, who care? Who cares about the days? Who cares about the time sequences? Who cares about the long eons and the millions of... This is why they don't care. Because if you have indefinite time going on in the first two verses, let's just go back. If you have indefinite time, and the creation really only starts in verse 3, and the writer presupposes that, there was stuff there, yeah, we'll give God credit for it, but we have no time sequence before verse 3. You could very easily argue, sure, once creation starts, once verse 3 starts, you got 6 24-hour days, you got a Sabbath day, great. But you got eons of time before that because there was something there already. That's why they don't care. It's very easy to mount that defense and just leave it there. And many Old Testament scholars do. Okay, I wanted you to realize what the thinking is. And I also, again, because I'll bring it up in the next 3 weeks, there is great value in pointing out to people exactly what the text says and asking them to defend their idea and letting the Bible be what it is. It's about who's God and who's creator. Doesn't mean it says anything wrong in these other areas. I mean, ancient people, Dax brought up an example, was it a week ago, about the humors and some other things. I'll show you a few examples where the one you brought up is the notion that the seat of our emotions and our intellect and our will is our intestines, according to the Bible. Well, no, it's not. In fact, you won't even see it. There is no Hebrew word for brain in the Old Testament. They don't know anything about brain science at all. Okay, they knew by experience that when they were uptight about something, or they could feel it. Now, we know that there's a reason for that because this is connected to, like everything else, because of this thing we call the nervous system. Okay? We know that. They didn't, but they could experience this. There's nothing going off like in their head, bodily signals, like it is in your gut. You all know what I'm talking about. So that's a very natural thing to presume. It's completely pre-scientific. It's a presumption. The issue is, can someone's presumption still be very useful to communicating things that are absolutely true? Even if the presumption is flawed. Does it really have anything to do with truth claims? And I'm going to suggest to you that it doesn't. Okay? I'm not going to tip my hand with any illustrations here. But there are things about Genesis that are in that territory. And I think it's very useful, again, for insisting that people, if you want to pick on it, if you want to attack my Bible, you need to begin by letting it be what it is. Don't erect your straw man. Don't tell me what you think it is and then shoot at it when it's not. Okay? Because it's not hard to destroy that. Right. Do we have any questions? Yes, sir.
Concerning verse 2,
Mm-hmm.
here it was about Mormon wife. Isn't there a text, I don't remember if it's Jeremiah or Isaiah, that this contradiction, if you don't mind, that says
Yeah.
that the earth was not created without form.
You're thinking of Isaiah 40, verse 18. It's in that same passage that we were just at. Yeah, it says, let's just go there quick. Let's see. Oh, no, it's 45. I think I got this right. Yes. For thus says the Lord who created the heavens, he is God who formed the earth and made it. There you go again. You have bara and other words, made and formed. They're synonyms. He established it. He did not create it empty. Okay, that's bohu. That's the second of the two things in Genesis 1. Now the earth was tohu vabohu, formless and empty. And here we have the statement, God didn't create it bohu. I actually don't think that's contradictory because of what follows. We may pick that up in another week. But the statement here is he didn't create it with the intention of it remaining uninhabited. So it started out that way because before you have people, it's uninhabited. Okay? Just put our thinking caps on. It has to be empty because there are no people. Okay? That's the way that works. So I don't think there's a contradiction there at all, but that is often referred to. Anybody else? Wow, what a rousing round of questions that was. Yes, Dags.
Just a quick, I may even be Walton's view, but I've heard it also talked about where the first verse is a title, and then it's not necessarily, it can still be dependent clause in the second if you like, but it's not classically necessarily one grammar.
That's entirely possible, and let me just explain why that sort of impulse is there. You see in Genesis 2:4, these are the generations of the heaven and earth. If you've read through Genesis, you know that phrase, these are the generations of, occurs like 25 times. I mean, it just occurs all over the place because Genesis is about beginnings. So you have the generations of this guy and that guy and this family and this thing. This phrase moves you through the whole book. It divides the book into generations. A phrase like that is missing in the minds of some for chapter 1. And so that's why some people take verse 1, as like the title of the book. It gives them literary closure, literary patterning consistency. Grammatically, it's certainly possible. I don't think it's necessary, but it's possible to let that stand by itself. And then that's a title, and then verse 2 sets up verse 3. So that would be an alternative to the Hebrew syntax view. Title, describing conditions that exist before God gets to work in verse 3. You will see that. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I'm curious, is the first couple chapters a poem? And what, if it is, then what sort of, I don't know, what kind of form is the poem?
There are poetic sections in these chapters. Realize that when you talk about poetry with respect to English poetry rhymes in what? Sound. Okay? Think of a song. Okay? You know, the words sound the same. You strike these correspondences in sound. Hebrew poetry does not work like that. Hebrew poetry rhymes in thought. If you look at Psalms or Proverbs, there's line 1, line 2 either echoes it or contradicts it but says the same thing. Again, line 1 expresses a thought, line 2 expresses either that same thought in a different way. You have a lot of that going on in non-poetry sections like Genesis. Okay, it's not just Psalms and Proverbs. The other thing you have going on is you have really large literary structures. The most famous one in Genesis 1 through 11 is chapter 11, the Tower of Babel incident. In fact, commercial for Bible Study Magazine. There's an article, and I didn't write it, there's an article in Bible Study Magazine about exactly that for chapter 11. The whole chapter makes a series of points, and then there's a midpoint, and then everything beyond that echoes in order the 10 or 11 things that came before. That's deliberate. You know, there's a lot of literary artistry that goes into it. And we should not take that and presume that that means that they didn't believe the content. See, a lot of people say, well, it's poetry. You can't really get theology out of poetry. Well, thank you for dismissing pretty much 90% of what we know about the ancient Near East and their literature, because that's all it is. I mean, they believe it. They're just expressing what they think in a certain way. It's not that because it's poetry, it isn't real to them. Oh, it's very real to them. It's just not prose. It's not boring narrative. They're doing something a little fancier. You know, you got a lot of that going on in Genesis. Anybody else? Sure.
Let me just follow up. So some of it's prose and some of it's poetry in the first 3.
Sure, you'll get some of that. It's not terribly pronounced. I'm trying to think other than Genesis. There's poetry proper, parallelism, and then there are things that we would loosely call literary features, literary techniques. You have that pretty much everywhere, even in prose. The strict forms of parallelism are spotty, but you have deliberate structure to what's going on practically everywhere in the Hebrew Bible. It's it's literary art. It's not random. You know, I used to tell my students who were sort of put out about, you know, we would talk about editing of the Bible. Okay, the Bible bears lots of marks of editorial work. Okay, more than one hand. And that would freak people out until I gave them the holy stapler illustration. I do not believe in the holy stapler. You say, what's the holy stapler, Mike? Well, imagine yourself as one of the followers of the prophet Ezekiel, or Isaiah. I mean, pick any prophet you like. And you're one of his followers. So what do you do every day? You get up, and if it's Ezekiel, the first thing you ask yourself is he going to do anything weird today? Like, is he going to wear clothes today or not? You know? So if you're with somebody normal, you'd probably ask, is he going to go out and preach today? So you go out, you go listen to Isaiah preach, and that was a pretty good sermon. You're getting this down, you know. So maybe you're writing some of it down. Maybe you're just storing it away in your memory. Maybe you're going to write it down when you get back. But eventually, a lot of what this guy's preaching gets written either by himself or somebody else. It's called the school of the prophets, is the Old Testament term. Okay, they produced scripture. Let's say Isaiah kicks the bucket. Now what do? Hey, you know, the master's dead. What do we do? Hey, okay, here's what we do. You get all your stuff together, everything you wrote down, all the sermons and everything. We got to collect it, because we know it's from God. We've got to hand it to posterity. We've got to get it together so it's not lost. So everybody brings their notes. And now what does the leader do now? Okay, put them on a pile right here. Got all the scrolls here or whatever on a pile. He shuffles them, makes sure the sides are even, and says, anybody got a stapler? It's ridiculous. You know what he says? Is anybody here really good at writing? Do we have a good editor here? Because it has to make sense when it's done. We have to fashion it into a book. It's still his stuff. But we've got to make it into a beautiful, coherent, readable thing because we care about it. We're not just going to go ka-chunk, oh, add that to the pile. Put that in the Ark of the Covenant. That ought to go good. You know, that's just not how books are made. It's never how books are made. Okay? That's part of the process of inspiration. If you believe God was in the process, okay, why is that so earth-shattering to have more than one hand? Can't God control more than one person at a time? Of course he can. It's just how books are made. The ancient world is no different. And if this were Old Testament class, we'd look at some examples. But anybody else? I love the Holy Stapler story. Yes, sir.
At the beginning of the session, you gave us two ways to translate the first verse of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
And they were different words and different meanings.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say then that one of them is inaccurate?
I would say that both are possible, but the when translation is more defensible grammatically. That has more weight when it comes to grammar and syntax. You could still, and people do, you could still translate the text in the quote-unquote traditional way, and then through the art and science of exegesis, make it say something that would be more in line with the second view. I mean, you can still do that. It's not dependent on the translation. But I think the one is more defensible in terms of grammar and syntax. But I would not say the other is. I would not say the other is wrong or impossibly wrong. You know, wrong because it's not possible. Because there's enough ambiguity where I personally can't bring myself to say that. I understand when people do, because they're pretty zealous, for the rules of the grammar there. But I think that's a little too categorical, even though I'm with the second one myself. Yes, sir.
Why do you think that the traditional view, in the beginning view, was how it was translated in English rather than more grammatically?
I think it's just a question of history and time. Let's take the King James. The King James is a very good translation. It is by no means perfect. I can say this because I've literally been through every syllable of the translation, comparing it to the Hebrew, because Dale wanted it done. That was one of my jobs a couple of years, and I enjoyed it because I felt like I owed something to the King James. I was sort of raised on that. And it's a very good translation, but you can tell that there are uneven levels of ability in a translator, where some just have an appreciation for this thing going on that others don't. Even within a translation, because the King James was a committee translation. So, and when it came out in the beginning, I don't think it's a cosmological statement situated in the history of science for what was going on at the time. I don't think they're thinking of that. I think they're just doing the best they can. And logically, in their mind, they're thinking, well, what other beginning would there be? And it just makes more sense this way. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. But once that's sort of canonized as a translation, it becomes something that you're really hesitant to change. I mean, you can change like 1,000 other things in Genesis, but it's like that one verse. Everybody knows that one. So we don't want to fiddle with that one. Translators do make, and I hate this word in this context, but they do make compromises like that. So I think it's just the result of familiarity and in that case, a real desire for consistency. Some of the newer translations like NRSV, they're sort of losing that predilection to preserve that, getting away from it a little bit. Go ahead.
In relation to that, like when the Hebrew scripture was translated into Greek Septuagint,
Mm-hmm.
are the things that you're talking about?
That's a good question.
It's
It's really hard to tell what a given translator is thinking, even if, let's go to Genesis 1:1 here. Now, if anybody knows Greek, we have NRK. We do not have a definite article there. So, to be really strict, you would say in beginning, or idiomatically, to begin with, or when God made the heavens and the, you initially would be a good word. Initially God created. But again, that leaves an incomplete thought. It feels like it's leading somewhere as opposed to being, definite point in time. And in the case of the Septuagint here, they do not have the article. But sometimes with the Septuagint translator, you don't know if he just doesn't know Hebrew that well. You don't know if he's just like, I just feel like paraphrasing a little bit today, and it's uneven. Again, it's not done by one person. It's all the way across the board. And there are some things that just are completely unexplainable. I'll give you an example. Isaiah 9:6. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Prince of Peace, Everlasting Father. All those names, none of them are in the Septuagint. There it says he shall be called the messenger of the great counsel. I love that verse. Those of you who know me know I love that verse. But, I don't know if he's looking at a different Hebrew text that he's working with, or if that's just like something that popped into his head. Is it highly interpretive, or does he have a different text? It's hard to know. There are mechanical ways to try to come up with possibilities and sort of rank the probabilities, but, it's hard to know. Dax.
I know we've had lots of questions probably close to being done, but can you speak for a moment towards, we could be left with, you need to be a Semitic scholar to trust your English Bible, and just how much can we say, hey, we can read the text and understand it and know that it's the Word of God and there's truth.
Yeah, I think we need to realize that Bible study is really not Bible reading. Okay, Bible study takes work. It takes thinking, about the text. And a lot of what you saw me do tonight, you could do with English if you just ask the right questions. If you compare translations, because you'll run into like, if you run into the JPS Torah, you're going to go, when God began to create, what in the world are they thinking there? Is that possible? Is that for real translation? It got published. It's a real publisher. It's not like something on the internet that, and they're Jewish, don't they? They should know what they're doing here a little bit, If you compare translations, and there really is no substitute for thinking about what you're reading. Thinking about it, spending real time, and I'm going to use the C word here, reading it critically. Okay, just because you ask a question about the text doesn't mean that God is offended. You don't need to go repent for that, okay? God expects you to use the brain power that he's given you to think about what he's dispensed, what he providentially has preserved for you to read. It's the Berean thing, going on. It's not just about reading, it's about thinking, lingering over it and really thinking. And if you have good tools, again, to compare things, you can go a long way if you're just willing to put in the seat time and expose yourself to different sources, different thinkers, different preachers that just get you stimulated, to think. It's a never-ending process. mean, to me, it's an endless fascination. My wife can bear witness to the fact that she pretty much sees the back of my head most of the time when I'm at home. And I'm usually doing something, related to this, because it just becomes, it's just an endless fascination. And all the getting into the languages, it's not all that it does for you, but the set of questions you have become different because you're paying attention to different things. One of the best things, I'll leave with this tip: use an interlinear. Okay, I would recommend learning the alphabet using the interlinear for one reason only: it slows you down. It forces you to read slowly. We often, because we're English sight readers, we just whip through content. We just whip right through it. And we miss a lot of what's going on there. If you just slow down, it'll do wonders for you. We're going to eventually meander into Genesis 1 again. So if you have your Bible, you could open it to that. We're going to be going to a few Psalms as well. And I'll have the passages behind me as well. So if you don't want to flip through or didn't bring a Bible, it's no problem because you'll be able to see everything here. As the first slide suggests, we're going to talk about Genesis and other creation accounts. Now, when I say other creation accounts, I, of course, mean other creation accounts that existed and were put forth by other civilizations in the ancient world, Israel's neighbors, the Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, Babylonians, that sort of thing. But whether you realize it or not, there are actually creation account passages in the Old Testament that do not sound like Genesis 1. Okay, so you also have other creation accounts in the Bible itself. And so I want to sort of give you, as much as is possible in a limited amount of time, a feel for the ancient worldview that all of these creation cosmologies and cosmogonies had. Basically, those are two terms that refer to how everything got here and who made it and who ordered it, arranged it, all that sort of thing. And of course, Israel's view was that the God of Israel did that very naturally. And of course, the competitive views were some deity or a group of deities in their own pantheons were responsible. So there's competition, there's theological competition, there's a shared worldview. And I think when we see how a lot of the ideas are the same and overlap, when we get to the Israelite stuff, you're going to be able to see much more clearly why a writer is doing what he's doing and saying what he's saying, even though it's going to sound really strange at points. I want to try to give you the backdrop to be able to parse some of the things that are going on in passages, because if you just read them, they're going to sound really strange. But with the context, it'll start clicking in your mind, okay, I know exactly what he's shooting at here. I know why he's saying that, because of this idea and this competing theology next door. So with that said, we need to fix a few obvious things in our mind. Biblical creation accounts were written at different times by different people in different contexts with different goals than, of course, our own. And even with respect to each other, they had agendas. Agenda is not a bad word. They just had purpose in what they were doing. However, again, when it comes to biblical creation stories, even if they don't look the same on the surface, they do have one unified goal, and the goal is theological. It's not about giving us scientific method or scientific jargon or talking. It's about theologically being correct. Who created everything? Who's responsible? Who should get the credit? And who shouldn't? Right? Now, for Mesopotamia, some of you might have been exposed to some of this stuff. It's really quite strange. If you've ever read any sort of maybe a Pacific Northwest Indian account or a Native American creation story, or really anything outside the Bible, you get essentially battling deities, and you get really weird conceptual ideas. You get, divine animals doing this or that to each other and interacting with gods and goddesses and people. To our ear, it's really strange because, again, for the most part, you go to Genesis and it's like God just speaks and there it is. And you have an orderly succession. Part of the reason for this, and Mesopotamia is going to fit into the odd category, is that they're struggling with answering some fundamental questions. How did everything get here? And who put it there? And if we sort of know or state our belief in who put it there, well, how did they get here? Okay, now we ask the same questions, or we get the same questions asked of us. We affirm that God's the creator, and somebody, is going to ask, well, where did God come from? And we talk about self-existence, that he always existed and so on and so forth. A lot of ancient civilizations didn't really have that idea. Everything had to come from something. But some of them sort of gave up and said, okay, in the very beginning there was a deity or a group of deities. So that's one set of struggles. The other is they don't have any kind of scientific background or vocabulary like we do. But they live in the world. They can see that there's a relationship between living things. And in the ancient world, there was speculation on all this stuff that we see. It's probably made from just a few things. They would be called primal or primeval elements. And when I use the word element, I'm not talking about science, like hydrogen, and nothing like that. They thought if you could reduce everything that we see into the basic things, what would it be? Now, maybe you might remember this from high school history or history of Civ or something like that. Some candidates for how an ancient person would parse this would be what? Everything is made up of... Well, also, if you're into 70s music, you could probably answer this question. Earth, wind, fire, and water is the fourth. Those were usually perceived as the four primal elements. Again, this isn't scientific at all, but everything else is probably made from one of those. In the case of Mesopotamia, what they did was they came up with the notion that there are actually two groups of gods. There are the gods who interacted with people. Those are the ones who show up in their stories. The god or goddess did this or that. But before those gods, there were other gods, because the other older gods had to make the ones that we interact with, because they got to come from somewhere. So they actually had two groups. And the oldest group, they sort of deified, or they made the primary elemental stuff. They described things like earth, wind, fire, and water as though they were gods to start off the story. Because they had a sense that everything comes from somewhere, something that we experience, but they have no scientific knowledge, so they're not talking about chemistry, okay? But what they do figure is, for all that stuff to get here, it had to be, there had to be life force in it. And so they just characterized primary elements as though they were persons, gods and goddesses. Because what they're going to do is they're going to say the gods and the goddesses that represent these primal elements are going to get together. And often the description is a sexual one, but they're going to get together and then produce other things in the natural world and other deities that represent natural things. Again, this is completely pre-scientific. So, where does every living thing come from, the ancient Mesopotamia would ask? How do we get living things? Very normal answer. If you don't know any science, you say, well, living things come because of sex. Animals reproduce. Okay, that produces a living thing. And living things come from the ground. Okay, plants, they grow. They don't know anything, again, beyond that level. What sustains life? Here's another way to look at where we get everything. What things must you have to have life? Well, semen, because that goes with the copulation idea. That produces life somehow. They're not geneticists, but they know that that produces life. And blood is important because, hey, like out in the battlefield, if you get cut and you just bleed a lot, you're going to die. So, ergo, you must need that red stuff to stay alive. And we all have that red stuff in us, so that must really be important. That must carry life. They also could know that I can't just go out in the water and like breathe it, because then I'm going to drown. Okay, so air must be important. And, naturally, you have to have water. You have to drink it a certain amount to stay alive. So that, again, there's these very natural ideas that come from the world they live in. Again, but all those things were made from things that were prior. And so they're trying to explain this. This is why, when you read ancient creation accounts across the board, and in this instance, the Israelite material is somewhat exceptional. It's very exceptional. When you read ancient creation accounts, this is why the gods have sex with each other in creation stories. This is why humans are created with blood, or humans are grown from the ground, or they're built out of something. Because to the pre-scientific mind, that's where you get stuff. That's how you make living things. That's how you make anything. That's the language of their experience. Okay, it's not that they're trying to be crude and produce something that would be offensive or titillating. That's where things come from. It's just our experience. So, let's get into a couple. In Mesopotamia, you have in their conception, at the beginning, there was just water. All right? And the water itself, this watery, it's just water, the watery abyss it's often referred to, has two sides. It has a male and a female. Again, they're thinking everything came from this watery place, but to produce things, you have to have a male and a female. And so we'll name part of the watery place, we'll give it one name that's the male, and the other part of the watery place is a female, and they're going to get together and multiply. Again, the language of experience. So in this version, we have two natural forces come together and produce two more. So we have the two watery male and female. We have the mud and the sister version. They get together and they produce two more, heaven and earth, the whole heaven and the whole earth. The result of all this divine cohabitation, and it's spoken of in sexual terms in the texts, is that we have all the elements, the primary elements that we need, all existing together. They had to start with an original pair, but the heavens and earth that we experience as Mesopotamians was not made yet. That's still coming. Here's what happens next. This is the Sumerian version. So you have your primeval deities, your elements, existing in this watery abyss, and they get busy. The male side and the female side get together and they produce An, which is the Sumerian word for heaven. This is the heaven that humans see, that they experience. They get together again and they produce earth. Now I have them labeled as husband and brother or wife and sister because they're going to marry each other to produce more things. And what they produce is the Sumerian pantheon. All the deities that are going to do nasty things to humans and do nice things to humans and fight with each other, they're produced from these other deities. Now, one of these other deities, the leader, his name is Enlil. And eventually in the story, he's going to displace On, the heaven. He wants to rule the heavens. He has a brother named Anki, who's important in another version. This one over here. This is the Babylonian version. Now, in terms of chronology, Sumeria, just call it 3000, 2500 BC. Babylonian version is like 1500 years later. Okay, but they're going to have their own version. We have Apsu, again, the male side of the watery abyss. He's disturbed by the other primeval element gods in there. He doesn't like them. And so he plans to destroy them. The plot is discovered by one of these other deities, Anki, and he says, I can't let that happen, because the gods are okay. You know, without them we wouldn't be here. It's just not fair. So he gets rid of Apsu. He stops the plot. And eventually, he's going to have a son named Marduk, because the gods are always having babies, okay? Marduk is the head of the pantheon in Babylon. He is viewed as the creator of the heaven and earth that the people experience. And in this version, his female counterpart is a goddess called Tiamat. She is always pictured as a dragon or some kind of water beast. Okay? They don't get along. They have a fight, and Marduk kills Tiamat. Now, the interesting thing is what he does with her body, because he still wants to make heaven and earth. So he splits her body in two pieces, and one part he makes into heaven, and the other part he makes into earth. So the story is that of a single deity, Marduk, killing some weird sort of dragon beast, and out of her body making heaven and earth, and then everything's wonderful. Everything's orderly. Okay, the forces of evil have been subdued and destroyed. So that's the Babylonian version. Now you'll recall from our talk last week that we said Genesis can be read in such a way that you have pre-existing material that God returns to or gets around to ordering, and that can be the way we understand Genesis. And if you remember from last week, the first creative act then would be in verse 3. So you could have the same sort of feel that in the Mesopotamian version, Marduk takes material, it's the body of Tiamat, he splits it, he severs it, he separates it. Keep the word separation in your mind. And out of the separation comes heaven and earth. And so he's using material that is available to him, and he brings about heaven and earth. So there's a loose conceptual parallel there. The problem is, how does this really relate to Genesis 1 through 3, other than the big concept? Because you look at it, where's the dragon? I'll give you a second to read it. Can you find the dragon? Anybody who can find this dragon ought to win some kind of geek award, because you've been reading all the stuff that I typically read. Where's the dragon? Yes. Well, yeah, that's cheating. Is the dragon there or not? You say, well, how is the deep the dragon? Because the word deep in Hebrew is tehom, which is the Hebrew equivalent to Tiamat. Now, when Mesopotamian stuff was first deciphered in the late 19th century, Hebrew scholars, Semitic scholars who finally cracked cuneiform to translate it, they came across Tiamat in certain texts, creation texts, splitting the body. And they thought of the Genesis story because of the word and because God separates this from that, and they're thinking, wow, there must be some relationship here, and here we have this word. That's kind of weird, And then you'd read further on in the flood story. Well, there was a flood story. There were several flood stories from Babylon, and people their imagination really started to run wild with this, where you were literally seeing a Babylonian piece of mythology behind Genesis everywhere. It was an overreaction. It became known as pan-Babylonianism. It means we just see Babylonian stuff everywhere in Genesis. But there was this link, okay? So they knew something was going on. Nowadays, people have backed away from this. Even the most rank liberal scholar would not say that Genesis comes from Mesopotamian material. That says too much, because there really is no battle. Yeah, we might have Tiamat there, but there's no battle. Tehom, everywhere else it occurs in the Hebrew Bible, is never used as though it was a person. It's never, in any kind of, creating anything context. There are other Old Testament creation accounts that do have God slaying a dragon. We're going to get to those tonight. But the word Tehom is never in them. Okay? And so they thought, this was a wrong-headed idea. Something's going on here, but it's not this Mesopotamian stuff. It's sort of, it looks like it's there, but it's really not that good. This is more or less my observation on it. If you look at Tehom, now let's just do a little theology here. Let's say that Tehom does represent the forces of chaos. Everywhere else not everywhere else, but many, many places in the Old Testament, you get this idea of the raging sea as being synonymous with disorder and chaos. What if that is what's going on in Genesis? Well, Genesis has it already subdued. The forces of chaos are already subdued. You get this feel that the water's still and the Spirit of God's hovering over the water. And God says, let's get to work. God orders everything. He gets to the end and says, it's all good. It's all very good. But chaos is still there. In other words, God doesn't eliminate it. It's just under control. I don't want to rabbit trail on that too much, but we always wonder why is there evil? Why is there unpredictability in the world? And an Israelite would say, it's because God subdued it, controls it, and lets it exist. It is part of the creation. It's what he wanted. And he sustains it and controls it. Now, if he would remove his hand from it, which some prophecies say he's going to do at some point, then we have problems. So Genesis presents a world that has unpredictability built into it, but God is in control of it. But there is no mythological battle. There is in earlier creation stories stuff that comes prior to this Babylonian feel. And I'm going to skip through a lot of this real quickly. In the 1920s, late 1920s, 1930s, there was a place known as Ugarit. It's in ancient Syria. It was an old city-state. It was destroyed around 1200 BC. And that's really secure because there are literally tablets that come from Ugarit that were taken out of the ovens by archaeologists that say, the enemy's coming to get us, we're all going to die. I mean, they're still in the oven. So it's pretty secure that, we kind of know when they were destroyed. It's kind of like Pompeii in that respect. Just you got like a snapshot in time. Some of this stuff deals with a lot of this creation language. The people at Ugarit, ancient Syria, which if you remember your biblical geography, if you've got Israel, as sort of the perpendicular country that it is, and down here is the Dead Sea, and a little ways up here is Sea of Galilee, and then up here you've got Syria. Okay, Syria is right next door to the northern kingdom of Israel. Syria, Ugarit, was the hub for Baal worship. It's one of the reasons why the prophets just went crazy all the time with Baal, because they lived next door, and it was the ideas were seeping over into Israelite religion. Plus, if you know your biblical history, Once Solomon dies and the kingdom splits, what does Jeroboam do? What's one of the first things he does? His people say, well, this was really a great idea, Jeroboam. Okay, we didn't want taxes, and we've seceded from the union now, and there's 10 tribes here, and we're doing our own thing, but you left out one detail, the temples in the other territory. So, what do? We're supposed to go down there a few times a year to worship, and we've got all these festivals. Did you overlook that? And so Jeroboam's answer is, yeah, I kind of did overlook that. His solution is, well, we'll just have our own temple up here. We'll just make our own centers of worship, because he didn't want people going down to the south because they might defect. He might lose them. And they start their own system of worship. And it's filled with Baalism, because those are their neighbors. This is where Elijah has the famous confrontation. Choose you today which God you're going to serve. That happens in the north at Carmel. So you've got this context going on, and the literature from this part of the ancient world has several key deities. Baal is the one we all know and don't love. There's another one named Yam, which is the word for sea. Nahar is river. There's Tanun, which is a dragon. Litanu, which is also a sea dragon. In Ugaritic thinking, their creation thinking, again, the sea, Yam, was the force of chaos and had to be defeated. And so in their stories, Baal does all that. Baal destroys the dragon. Baal's the great, God, the sustainer of everything. He supposedly dies and then comes back from the dead, and, but there's a big debate over that. But he's the guy. In the Hebrew Bible, you will find a number of places where Yahweh, the God of Israel, is described in Baal terminology. Why do they do that? Because the biblical writer wants it to be clear to his readers that, no, it isn't Baal who did this or that great thing. It isn't some other, god that the foreigners worship. El was their other big deity. It's Yahweh. And so the writers are very familiar with their literature, and they'll take phrases and episodes and vocabulary out of the pagan literature, import it into what they're writing in the Hebrew Bible, and literally change the names. And they will give the God of Israel credit. It's a theological technique. It's a polemic. We use the word polemic. If we could pretend to ourselves, if we didn't have a Bible, try to pretend we don't have a Bible, and we're sitting here and we don't like the powers that be, the authority figures, whether they be religious or political, and somehow we're sure that God is leading us to produce our own record, our own theological correction of what we should believe. One of the things we might do is we might hear a claim of some other deity or some authority figure taking credit for something. I'm responsible for, the crops that grow. And if people were familiar with that, we could say, okay, I'm going to take a shot at that. While I'm writing my history of who the true God really is, I'm going to take that claim, bring it in here, and I'm going to set the record straight. Biblical writers did that all the time. It's a slap in the face of whoever gets displaced in the text. Now, I mention all that to bring us to Psalm 74. Look at this psalm. God is my king. My king is from of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. You divided, you separated the sea. The Hebrew word is also yam, just like it is in Ugaritic. You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the sea monsters. The Hebrew word is tanin. It's the word for dragons. The sea monsters on the waters. You crushed the heads of Leviathan. Leviathan is the Hebrew spelling of litanu, which is what comes out of the Ugaritic material. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness. You split open springs and brooks. You dried up the ever-flowing streams. Yours is the day, yours also the night. You have established the heavenly lights and the sun. When did that happen? At creation. You have fixed all the boundaries of the earth. Yep. You've made summer and winter. All those things happen at creation. The earth is formed. The seas are gathered into one place and are still. The boundaries of habitation are fixed. The seasons go into effect with the sun, moon, and stars. They're light holders. And Genesis 1 tells you they're for seasons and times and all this sort of stuff. This is a creation text. But it doesn't sound anything like, in some places, like Genesis 1. But it's communicating the same idea. Who brought everything into existence? Who brought order out of chaos? Who defeats chaos? Who defeats the forces of the natural elements that if left alone, they're just going to go nuts? Who does that? Is it Baal? No. It's Yet God my King from of old. It's the God of Israel. This is a classic example of a creation text that looks on the surface different than Genesis 1, but is saying the same thing. It's got nothing to do with science unless you believe that scientific origins involve slaying a dragon. Okay, there are no mythological dragons. Okay, that isn't how the world came to be. A dragon dies somewhere in the sea. Okay, we know this. But to them, you have to realize that these characters in the story represent deities that are either good or evil. And they fight. There's combat. And the Mesopotamians say 1-1, Marduk won. And he thank goodness he won, because we have an orderly world now that we can experience and live in. The people of Ugarit would say, no, it's not Marduk. He's a flunky. It was Baal. Baal's the one that came out on top. He's the one that brings order out of chaos. And the Egyptians, it's somebody else. Depending on what city you lived in, it could be 3 or 4 different gods in Egypt. But for the Israelite, when the Israelite writes what we have in our Old Testament, in our creation accounts, he's not thinking, okay, how am I going to present a scientific account of how everything came to be? When I don't know science, nobody who's going to read it will know scientific language, but in the future they will. Isn't the point? His job, again, in the context of inspiration, his job is, we cannot let this bad theology go unaddressed. Okay? It's theological messaging. Now, I have an arrow here for the wilderness, pointing at the wilderness. Does that sound incongruous? Well, if it's the sea, how do you get the wilderness in the sea? Anybody notice that? The wilderness thing? It's because, let me just ask in the form of a question. Was there anything else that had to do with water that God acted upon that was perceived as an act of creation that wasn't the original creation? God, water. What was that? Come on. He said, what other place does water get split? The Red Sea. You will find other passages where this creation language is brought up in the description of the deliverance from Egypt. Because in the Israelite mind, that was just as dramatic. That was just as epic as creation. Because the gods of Egypt were defeated at the sea. Pharaoh is a god. Okay, is he not? They get through, and what does Miriam do? She sings, "O Yahweh, who among you is like the gods?" You have this long song, when you get through Exodus, the crossing. God defeats the forces of chaos again by delivering Israel from Egypt and destroying their gods, by showing, I'm the one that controls the fate of mankind, not these idiots in Egypt. Okay? These passages are just, pregnant with theology. I mean, they're to use the watery metaphor, they're spilling over with these little touch points. Why is it that up until Exodus, the God of Israel is not known as Yahweh? He's known as the God of the fathers. El Shaddai, El this, El that. Okay, God reveals his name at Sinai and says, I'm the God of your fathers. Yeah, that's me. But my name is I am. Which in Hebrew, when the first person speaker is speaking, is yeah. When you refer to that person, the pronunciation is Yahweh. And Yahweh, you know what it means? He who causes to be. It's from Hayah, the to be verb. Well, why would he say my name is the one who causes things to be? Because we got some creative work here that needs to be done. You used to be a nation and you went down to Egypt and you've been there for 400 years and now I'm going to act. It's going to be like an act of new creation. I'm creating something that really doesn't exist anymore, and I'm going to bring it to be. I'm going to bring what is not to be. That's why you get the name. Again, all these ideas are connected. If we look at Psalm 89, see if my link will work here. Psalm 89 is really, again, a fascinating example here, if I can get it to open. There we go. Let's just read through parts of Psalm 89. I will sing of the steadfast love of the Lord forever. In my mouth I will make known your faithfulness to all generations. For I said, steadfast love will be built up forever. In the heavens you will establish your faithfulness. You have said, I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David my servant. I will establish your offspring forever and build your throne for all generations. Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. Again, this is a scene in heaven, God surrounded by the heavenly host. Again, divine council terminology. You've heard me use that term before. It's just God in the heavenly host. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Lord in all caps is Yahweh. Who among the heavenly beings, the Hebrew literally has, who among the sons of the gods is like the Lord? A God greatly to be feared in the council of the holy ones and awesome above all who are around him. O Lord God of hosts, who is mighty as you are, O Lord, with your faithfulness all around you. You rule the raging sea. You rule over Yam. When its waves rise, you still them. You crushed Rahav like a carcass. Okay, Rahav here is another word for the sea beast, the chaos beast. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. The heavens are yours, the earth also is yours, the world and all that is in it. You have founded them. The north and the south, you have created them. Tabor and Hermon joyously praise your name. You have a mighty arm. Strong is your hand. High your right hand. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Steadfast love and faithfulness go before you. Blessed are the people who know the festal shout, who walk, O Lord, in the light of your face. Let's go down here a little ways. We'll skip a few verses for speed. Come on. Of old you spoke in a vision to your godly one and said, I have granted help to one who is mighty. I have exalted one chosen from the people. I have found David my servant. With my holy oil I have anointed him. so that my hand shall be established with him, my arm shall also strengthen him. The enemy shall not outwit him, the wicked will not humble him. I will crush his foes before him and strike down those who hate him. My faithfulness and my steadfast love shall be with him, and in my name shall his horn be exalted. It's repeating a lot of the language that we've seen before. And then he says about David, I will set his hand on the sea. I will put his hand, the right hand of authority, over the sea. This is very obviously messianic because only God can do that. Only God can control the forces of chaos. David can't do that. He's just a guy. But a Davidic king, who is also Yahweh, can pull that off. I will set his hand on the sea, at his right hand on the Nahar. Remember the other name in the Ugaritic text for the deity, the water deity, Nahar? His right hand on the rivers. He shall cry to me, you are my Father, my God, the rock of my salvation. I will make him the firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. You know what the word highest there is? Let's see if we can just click through to our interlinear and actually use that thing. It's Elyon, most high. Elyon in the Semitic world was a title for guess who? Baal. It's one of the titles of Baal that gets applied to Yahweh. God is saying, not only am I the real Most High, but the king, I will set his hand over the seas. He will be the Most High. I will make him the firstborn. Is that a familiar term? Firstborn is a rank of authority. Jesus is called firstborn. You see these connections. Firstborn, Most High, ruling over chaos. This is a Davidic psalm that rehearses the Davidic covenant, the covenant God made with David to have the everlasting dynasty. It's full of this creation imagery that an Israelite would have gone, wow, man, that's going to be great. What a guy. And more than that, he would be thinking, well, I watched David grow up. How's he going to do that? Only God can do that. Either this king is going to be like God on earth, or maybe we'll have God on earth as the king. That's kind of the way it would seem to work. They're Israelites. They don't have the New Testament, but they've got these pieces of the picture going through their heads. Let's go back here. There are New Testament implications to this. Anybody know what happens in Mark 4? Everybody's going to cheat quick. Well, let's go there. We'll save some time. Think about it, to an Israelite. These guys have their Old Testament. They've got the worldview in their brains. They know the stories. They're Semites. They're Israelites. This guy Jesus comes along and he claims to be the Son of God. Son of God, King of Israel. Man, it sounds a lot like Psalm 89. Ooh, boy, that's kind of weird. And he comes to them one day, or one night. On that day when evening had come, he said to them, let's go across to their side. Leaving the boat, they took him with them in the boat, just as he was. And we know the whole story. He goes out onto the rough and raging sea and says, quiet. And it is. And their reaction is like, oh boy. What did we just see? If they're clicking it all up here, they know what that, he's God. And more than that, if John or somebody got up that morning and read Psalm 89 in his devotions, he's thinking, man, his hand shall, I'll put his hand over this. They're clicking. They're just clicking with these little tidbits in the text. This isn't a story placed in here just because Mark's like, man, I'm a few lines short of a column. What do I put in here? No, it's deliberate. It's messaging. We go back. We get Matthew 14. It's, again, somewhat similar. It's walking on the water. The chaos has no effect on me. In fact, I tread on it. Again, mentally up here, the pieces are just floating around in their head. And Jesus will do things, or he'll say things. After 3.5 years of this, it's no wonder that he looks at him and says, haven't I been with you 3.5 years and you don't get this yet? How could you miss this? We have a few minutes, we'll hit Egypt a little bit. Now, my font. See, we didn't check the font, Dax. In Egypt, the watery abyss, if you can't read that, it says Heliopolitan theology. Egyptian creation theology and Egyptian religion generally changed depending on what city was the capital city, because where the pharaoh wants to live, he sort of gets to decide what the doctrine is. But generally, one of the main versions of this is called the Heliopolitan theology. So you have the same idea, except in Egypt, they're not really thinking of the primeval deities as specific elements like water and dirt and all that stuff. They think of them as conditions, what it was like when there was nothing or before there was everything. And so they take some of the terminology for conditions to be represented by deities. The primary deity that emerges, now catch the language here, in this theology, the creator, Atum, who later becomes known as Ra, emerges from this watery thing. He's always been there. He just didn't come out. So they believed in a pre-existent deity, at least the writers of this theology. Ra, Atum, emerges and starts to do what all the other deities do. I've got to bring order, out of this chaotic mess. He emerges from the noon, the watery abyss. So he is responsible for his own existence, so he's thought of as self-created. Atum, Ra, creates the world as the Egyptians know it. Again, we'll skip ahead. And what Atum, Ra does, back to where does everything come from? How would we describe that if we're not scientists? The original pairing that Atum Ra creates, Shu, the dry air, and Tefnut, the moist air, it varies. Some say he did that by spitting. So there you get a watery idea and air. Others say he used his own semen to produce them. Some say it's a combination of both. But again, they're not trying to be titillating. They're not trying to be crude. They're saying, where does stuff come from? You got sex, you got planting, you got building stuff. Again, this is the language of experience. And so it varies with the story. These two deities get together. And they father Earth, whose name is Geb, and Nut, who is Sky. And then they get together, and they're real busy. They're going to have 4 kids. Osiris, who will inherit the lordship of Earth from Geb. Isis, she is the sister and the wife of Osiris. We have Nephthys and the bad guy, Seth, and they're also a couple. So to the Egyptian, this is where all, again, the things that we experience in our created world are the result of the creative power of Atum Ra, who was uncreated, and he arose from this watery abyss. And they never, if you'd ask them, well, where'd the watery abyss come from? Their answer would be, well, those were the olden deities that were just kind of there. And they don't interact with people, but out of them Ra came and then brought everything else that we know and interact with. This group was known as the Ennead, which is the 9. And there's one missing, and the one missing is Horus, who is the offspring of Isis and Osiris in the story. And it's from him that kingship descends from the gods. Every pharaoh is the incarnation of Horus. He is Horus on earth. Okay, so there's actually 9. This is how an Egyptian, if he had a very, very cheap graphics program, would have drawn the first time. That's how an Egyptian would say in the beginning. The first time, at the first time. So you have a mound come up with Atum Ra on it. Hey, I'm here. Thought I'd wake up and actually do something here. I've been like in this watery abyss for forever. Haha, joke. Okay. Because there is no time yet. I've been here forever. I thought I'd come out. He rises up on this mound. By the way, the mound shape, this is why they did the pyramidal thing. Okay, the capstone, pyramidal capstone on a lot of their architecture. That was to commemorate the first time, the original mound. This is why in Egyptian temples, if you go in at the gate and you walk, there's a straight axis, you walk, it's discernible by experience, but you couldn't really see it visually. The ground goes up at a very light, slow grade. And as you're walking toward what's at the end, and of course at the end, what would there be? The mound. Okay. At the end, the buildings are decorated as though it's the watery abyss. Okay, you have little, papyrus plants on the walls, and there's lots of water drawn, and there's the sky up above. It's a recreation, a recommemoration of the emergence of all that is. That's what happens in the temple. Okay, it's a reenactment. It's also why the god at the end sometimes is put in a little boat, because there's water there. You got to watch out. You don't want to get him wet. Genesis 1:9-10. How many times have we read this? God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place." How do you do that? If this was like an IQ test, how do you do that? How do you gather all the waters into one place and then call them seas? Plural. How do you do that? And there's dry land there. So you got dry land, you got waters in one place, but you've got plural seas. Can anybody draw that for me? Yeah, with a better graphics program. That's what it looks like. The waters are in one place. But depending on your orientation, you could be at a different sea. And the land is in the middle. Now next week, we're going to see a whole series of verses that describe this in the Old Testament. The edges, where the sky meets the land at the curve and the edge. Old Testament cosmology is a round earth surrounded by water, over which is the sky. And then underneath is what? It's the bad place. Have you ever wondered where we get this idea that hell is like down there? It's from the Old Testament, because that's where Sheol is. That's the Old Testament word for Sheol. Our conception comes right out of, again, the Judeo-Christian worldview. I could show you another text. Egypt, there's one other theology. It's called the Memphite theology. You look at, in Genesis 1, who gets credit for gathering the seas into one place and the land emerging? Okay, it's Yahweh. You don't find that in Babylonian stories. You don't find that at Ugarit. You do find it in Egypt. So the writer writing the Old Testament says, well, okay, I kind of slapped the Ugaritic people around. I dissed Baal sufficiently. And I took a swipe at Marduk, got him. Who's left? The Egyptians. Well, okay, we need to make sure that in our account that our messaging is clear. Because if we leave the Egyptians go, someone might get the mistaken impression that they're actually right somewhere, but they're not. Even the creation with the spoken word, Genesis 1, God speaks and things come into existence. That occurs only one other place in the ancient world. It's very rare, and that is Egypt. There's a a theology, a creation story in Egypt with the god's name is Ta in that case. Again, capital's Memphis, so we rewrite the story and put our patron god in charge. And in that version, Ta, when he brings all the Aeneid into existence, see if we have our text open here, we read things like this. There was evolution into Atum's image through both heart and the tongue. And great and important is Ta, who gave life to all the gods and their cause, as well as through this heart and this tongue. So the way Ta creates is through the heart. In Egypt was the seat of emotions and intellect. Again, they're not doing brain science. His thought and his speech is what produces everything. It has evolved that heart and tongue have control of all the limbs, blah, 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 so on and so forth. He does whatever he wants, don't they all? His Aeneid is before him in teeth and lips. It's with the mouth. He creates with the mouth. That seed in those hands of Atum. So what the other guys were writing about Atum doing this with his seed, his semen and his hands building stuff, Ta really did that, and he did it in an even superior way. He just spoke. He just thought and spoke, and then it happened. Take that. Okay. Again, this is earlier than biblical material. So again, the writer's sitting around. Well, did we address Egypt enough? We want to be theologically clear. We want people to know who the Creator really is. So, did we miss anything? And some scribe, some snotty student shows up and says, "Oh yeah, you missed Ta." Okay? And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. I mean, they're trying. I'm being a little trivial, a little flippant, with the examples. But I want you to get the idea of what they're doing. They are intellectually putting a lot of effort into how do we express who the Creator is and make it theologically correct so that no one can read this and go away thinking that any other deity anywhere had anything to do with this other than Yahweh. So they're shooting. They're going after the competing ideas. And they're hitting their mark. Now to us, we look at this and, half the time, I know what it feels like. You read the Old Testament, it's like, man, that's just bizarre. And trust me, there are passages I read and I have no idea what's going on there. I have no idea what's going on there. I'll mark that one down to go visit again. Because we just don't have this in our head. We don't know who Ta is. We don't know who Ra is. We don't know who Atum is. We don't know what the Nun is. We don't know what... They did. Because as a Jew, you interact with Egypt a lot. You certainly interacted with them during the captivity. You interact with them through the rest of your history, either nicely with trade or badly with military conflict. Egypt controlled Palestine for hundreds and hundreds of years in biblical days. You certainly interacted with the Babylonians. You basically spent 70 years there stewing, listening to them tell you that their God defeated yours. Oh, you know those stories. Okay, they remind you. I mean, they know. This is their worldview. So I wanted to try to give you a little exposure to that, because when you read through, and these aren't the only ones, when you read through the Old Testament, strange names, strange place names, you should spend a little time looking those up. You'll be surprised. Again, use a Bible dictionary or Bible handbook and look some of those things up. What happens at those places at other times? Which deity was supposed to control that place? Okay. Why does that deity get that name? Does that name show up anywhere else? Okay. There's all this kind of stuff going on under the surface. And again, with Genesis, with creation, again, just leaving you with the thought, it's about theological messaging. That's what they're going after. Now, we have pretty much ended right on time, so we took 10 or 15 minutes questions last time. You may fire away. Ask me. Yes, Bradley, go ahead.
So if I say something like, you can't produce the sound of the Big Bang, you might not be saying that every assertion of contemporary cosmology theory is 100% correct, and also standard, it might just be, like you said, a polemic that God is the ultimate cause of the Big Bang, it didn't just come from a...
Yeah, that is the. I mean, I'm not going to suggest that, because even scientists will bicker. I mean, Stephen Hawking now, he rejects the Big Bang. So it is the way it's expressed in the scientific community can, on a conceptual, theological, and polemic level, be essentially saying the same sort of thing, the same idea. Because as soon as you take, let's say you're a Big Bang cosmologist, and you say, well, this is the way we as 21st century people express this, the moment when everything came into being. Again, try to dismiss from your head for a moment, well, where'd the stuff come from that caused the Big Bang? You try to put that aside. Okay, if you're just expressing things in terms of a Big Bang, and then you're a theistic evolutionist or some other label, and you accept the Big Bang and you say, look, that's the way we say it today. God's the one who did that. It sort of has the same purpose to it, the same strategy. Maybe we should put it that way.
Sure. So then when we look at something like Psalms 4, should we not read it as recording the actual spiritual battle that happened, but more as borrowing mythological language to make a theological battle?
Right. On one level, it's all a spiritual battle because there's a spiritual being who controls chaos and subdues it and minds it. Did God actually have to, put up his dukes and punch out, an actual dragon somewhere in the spiritual world? I don't think that's the point at all. I think what they're grappling with is they know by experience in life that things just happen. And I think the reason the sea is picked is because as terrestrial human beings, you can't do anything in that. I mean, you're helpless. You are completely at its mercy. And even if you're on a boat, I mean, there's this great fear. There's a reason why the sea is always, is the candidate for the uncontrollable thing, because you can't control it in any way. So I think that's really the point, that we know that the natural world we live in is unpredictable and uncontrollable, but we know it got here. And so we're combining the belief that our God can control it and that it was produced. So we're combining the two ideas into that. But I don't think that you have a situation where God's actually in mortal combat, with another entity. Dax.
So I understand kind of the summarizing that you're saying it's theological messaging and to some extent theological. That's the question kind of is that the question gets raised quite a bit, right here quite a bit. Well, that's fine and we can accept that, but where the Bible speaks, it's to science, it's true, or where the Bible makes true statements to, for example, birds were created, it seems like, by the Genesis account before livestock.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So is that, are you getting at that too, or kind of what would you say to those kind of statements?
You mean the things that are created sort of like in reverse order that you would expect scientifically?
Because it doesn't follow what others would say.
Yeah, I would say you're correct in that it doesn't really follow what anybody says, because everybody's trying to make a scientific commentary out of it. Even if you're an evolutionist, you're a theistic evolutionist, you're a traditional 24-hour day creationist. Everyone's trying to create a scientific narrative, and you can do some of that. Again, rationally, you can do some of that, but there are always these places that it doesn't work. Genesis 1, I think it's verse 21, that the ground produced cattle. Really? I mean, an evolutionist can't justify that, or can they? What does that mean, ground produced? I mean, they can imagine their way to it. if they're really creative, I think overly creative. A creationist can't do that. I mean, you have these thorny things. The other question is, who gets to be the literalist? I interpret the Bible literally. Really? Do you interpret everything in Genesis literally? Like there really are doors in heaven and windows in heaven, and God opens and shuts them, and there are bars that support the earth and bars that support the sky. I mean, oh no, I don't take those things literally. Why not? See, what you have here in the Genesis creation fight is everybody has the perfect balance of literal and symbolic. Everybody does. My view of that is the right one. If you take one passage and you deliteralize it, you're a compromiser. If you take one passage and make it literal where I don't, oh, you just don't get it. You're just going too far with that. Would to God that you got the balance that I have. Okay, I mean, that's really what's happening. There's no way for everyone to agree on exactly what should be taken literally and what shouldn't be taken literally, and have everybody come out at the same place. And the debates between the two extremes are exactly that. If you made a list of all the statements, you can almost categorize people by verse count, word count, literal versus non-literal. Well, if you get more than 70%, you're going to be over here. And 30%, yeah, you're between these two. The liberating thing, I think, is to just let it be what it is. Okay, they're making theological statements. They're telling you what you ought to believe. Okay, they don't have any of the wherewithal to communicate the kinds of things that we would want them to communicate. Again, you're dealing with a world where, did you know that, the reason that I love my wife is because my intestines tell me to do that. It just, and somebody in that culture, and even in our culture, I mean, we know what you mean. We know. But we let it pass because we know that you're not trying to make it a scientific statement. If we thought you were, we'd probably pick up the phone and ask for some assistance. Okay, we have somebody here who needs medical attention. Within our culture, we let that go. My own way, I don't want to get too much into next week because I'm going to deal with a lot of this next week, is that we intuitively are able, if I say, I love you with all my heart, okay, that's not a scientific statement. My heart pumps blood. Electrical impulses go through it, and it just, okay, that's what it does. All right, there's nothing emotive that comes out of it. That comes here, and then it might affect me somewhere else in the gut or in the bosom here because of hormones and electrical impulse. I mean, we know all this stuff, but yet I can say that. We intuitively know how to distinguish between the truth claim, the guts, the real thing that's being asserted, and the path it takes. I can make a completely unscientific statement, and yet my truth claim, my assertion, can be completely true, completely coherent. And because you live in my world, and we speak the same language, we don't have a language barrier, you get it like that. The problem is we're dealing with an ancient document, and they're doing the same thing. They're using the language of experience, the language of appearances, because that's their world. And the more we immerse ourselves in their world, we can intuitively know, okay, here's how they're saying it, but here's really what the point is. And the point is not an error. The point is true. It's correct. The things that the Bible asserts are not mistaken. Okay, we do it with our own lives, our own experience, our own conversations. it's just more difficult when it comes to an ancient document because it's not our native culture. There's a gap. You do realize that the context for understanding the Bible is not the Protestant Reformation. It's not the Roman Catholic Church. It's not 20th century or 21st century evangelicalism. The context for the Old Testament is the context that produced it, which we don't have anymore. We have vestiges of it. We have memories of it. We have a few artifacts here and there that help us to sort of, piece that together. But that's the ambition of the biblical interpreter, to try to think their thoughts after them. And it's difficult. It's an imperfect process. The problem isn't with the text. The problem is up here. Okay? It's the gap. And too often the text gets blamed for our deficiencies, which is another place I love to take people who are errantists. Again, I use words like inspiration and inerrancy because I know the problem is really you, okay, and me. You're making the statement you're making for completely understandable reasons because you were born in 1961 in America. I mean, all these things. But you're not judging it for what it is. You're judging it for what you want to shoot at it for. That's just hardly fair. Anybody else have a question? I know I rambled there a little bit, but yes.
Might be a little off the topic, but I'm just curious. Do you think that there's a parallel between the Greek gods and goddesses that are on the Parthenon and characters in Genesis?
Characters?
Well, Noah, different people that we run across in Genesis. Do you think there's a parallel between were the Greeks doing it? Were they making a point? I mean, the snake is worshipped in Greek culture, as it is in Egypt. But in the Hebrew culture, the snake is the bad person. And man is exalted by the and so is the theological message of who should be exalted different because of the outcome of the stories? Have you heard? I mean, are you familiar with
Yeah, I know whereof you speak. I mean, there has been an effort made to align these things. I would say this: I think there are certain Greek texts, again, cosmologies and primeval history stuff, their version of it. There are certain texts where you can strike some correlations, and they are really interesting. But there are other places where they just fall flat. So I think part of the reason for that is there's a very expensive book, and if any of you can feel it in your heart to spend $165 on this book, I would just love to have. No, it's ridiculous. It's by a guy named West is his last name. It's called The East Face of the Helicon, and it's a scholarly work, and it shows how all the Greek mythologies are backdropped by ancient Near Eastern stuff. They just bleed into it. So there's a lot to that. I think it would be overstating the case to say that you could align that material with most of the biblical characters, like let's say in Genesis 1 to 11. You don't have that many characters anyway, but there is something to it, but it's not. It's an issue of detail, and frequency, coverage, I guess might be a better way to put it. You get some really striking things out of the text that the New Testament also picks up on. If you ever want to do an interesting study, do a Greek word study on the word Tartarus, Tartarus. That comes right out of secular Greek texts, and it's for the bad place. But Peter uses it in a very interesting place that matches with how it's used in Greek mythology. again, it's theological polemic. But you don't get as much of it usually when the New Testament's doing that, it's going back to the Old, because that's the canon. That's the consciousness of the writer. Yes. Questions? Anything else? Mm-hmm.
I can see it being somewhat discouraging if you're not full of Ugaritic scholars. How can you read?
And they all should be. That's the shame of it.
Come at home saying, I can read the Old Testament, I can understand that. I mean, can I just not read it and understand it? I mean, where are you saying
you will be amazed at what you can learn. I said this last week. I think I'm going to essentially repeat it, but Bible dictionaries and Bible encyclopedias are wonderful things. Now, I want you all to think that I've invested all this time and boy, there's just secrets that only Mike can tap into. But I'm going to try to destroy that here in the next 2 minutes. If you learned transliteration, Greek and Hebrew, what the English characters are for the Hebrew and Greek characters, and you bought things like Anchor Bible Dictionary and especially Dictionary of Deity and Demons in the Bible, which is the only reference source I've ever had that I could just read cover to cover. I've read most of it. That's like devotional reading. Okay, it's just wonderful. But there are key sources like that are designed for people who just know English and transliteration, and they'll take you into all sorts of stuff. So use reference material. Now, the other thing that I recommended is start looking for vocabulary and phrasing touch points between passages. The scholarly term for that is intertextuality. You can impress someone or bore someone with that later. Intertextuality. And that's the idea that biblical writers read the stuff that came before them, and they're drawing connections. Like, wow, who'd have thought of that? They do it all the time because they assume, a biblical writer assumes that you know that stuff really well. So they only need to drop a phrase or a word or 2 or 3 words in one cluster. And they think you're tracking. Let me put it this way, learn to read your Bible like it's a novel. You all have this experience. When you read novels and you're reading 2 characters dialoguing, we've all had this experience. Well, we'll read something and you'll go, I'll bet that he had that character say that specifically because he's going to reference it later. And you just sort of store it away. Or this place that he described, it seems like it's important. I'm going to try to remember the description because the writer may allude to that later, and I'm supposed to make the mental connection. It's plotting, okay? If you read it like a novel, the biblical writers do that all the time. They're not going to go back and repeat everything in the Old Testament. They're just going to drop names and places, little words here and there, phrases, because they assume you know it that well. And if you read it like fiction, like it's a story, you can start to pick up on some of that, even in English. Oh, wait, where have I seen that term before? That 2 or 3 terms clustered together. Oh, yeah. Or you can use software. Chances are if you see like 4 words together in one passage and the same 4 words occur together in a cluster in another one, there's probably something going on there. Okay, and you can go look it up. But there's all sorts of techniques you can use like that. It's just you have to sort of develop a sense for plotting, for strategy. The writers have strategy. They're not just filling up space. They're doing things that are deliberate. Anybody else? Tonight we're going to be talking a little bit more about creation cosmology in Genesis and elsewhere in the Old Testament because it goes hand in glove with Genesis, and really talking about creation worldview. And I'll be honest with you, in this one, I'm going to be, in a good way, a little chippier, because I want you to get a feel for the importance of really sort of thinking clearly about what it is you believe and then making a decision to really stand there, even if it gets uncomfortable. And I know, again, because I've done presentations on these topics before, that not all of you are going to agree with my take on things, and I want you to know that's fine. After enough years of teaching, you get used to people looking at you like you got two heads anyway. So that's okay. It's kind of what makes it interesting for the person on this end of the conversation. And, don't feel like you can't, ask me something that would telegraph that. Yes, ask what you want. I mean, that's why I'm here. But I want you to know that. But I also want to challenge you, because a lot of times we, as evangelicals, as Christians, whatever label you want to stick on yourself, we say we believe X, Y, Z. And sometimes my question is, if I was in a classroom, I would say, well, do you really? We believe the Bible is the literal Word of God. Do you really? Where does your literalism end, and where does somebody else's begin? And that always factors into something like this topic for Genesis. And I'm going to show you tonight, I'm going to be a flaming, uncompromising, blind literalist tonight. And I'm going to challenge you to be as literal as I am. You're probably wondering, where is he angling toward? You'll find out. I also have a little gadget tonight. I couldn't wait to get here because I just got this week, so I'm going to try not to mess it up. But, look at that. It worked. Once. How should we interpret the Bible? Let's use this as our starting point. I've taken some of this information from the source at the bottom there, Elwell's dictionary. We like to say that we believe in literal interpretation or grammatical historical exegesis, which is defined by Elwell like this. Each biblical document, each part of a biblical document must be studied in its context. I mean, we've all heard that before. Keep things in context, let Scripture interpret Scripture. Very normal. Both its immediate literary context and the wider situation in which it appeared. This calls for an understanding of the following elements. We should study the original languages, right? We should pay attention to the type of literature that our particular passage is in and part of, and in literary terms, what sort of genre or literature context it is. For instance, you have parables, you have psalms, you have poetry and non-poetry, you've got prophecy and proverbs. They're not all the same. I mean, it just depends what the literary context is. And we're taught to pay attention to the historical circumstances, the geographical circumstances, and lastly, the life setting. Now, does any of that seem objectionable? Seems pretty normal to me. When we say we practice this kind of interpretation, we are supposedly saying, and I'm going to ask how serious we are about it, that we need to contextualize the Bible in its original context as best we can, and then go from there. Now, what that means is this. And this, to me, these are obvious things. I think they'll be obvious to you, but they might feel a little uncomfortable. If you're going to affirm grammatical, historical interpretation, then you can't affirm certain things. The context for understanding Genesis is not the Roman Catholic Church. Now, I bring the Catholic Church into this because they've been the dominant group historically. They have their own teaching magisterium. In other words, that guides the interpretation of the church, a select group of individuals. And in a broad Christian audience, they are in large part what we think of as church tradition, whether we like Catholicism or not, whether we agree with its doctrines or not. They've molded tradition. But that isn't the context for the Bible or for Genesis. Neither is the Protestant Reformation. Luther and Calvin were wonderful men used by God. They are not the context for Genesis. They are quite far removed from Genesis. Okay, so we can refer to them, see what they said, but their decisions on things should not be considered binding in any way because they're just divorced from the context. Now, they might have insight into the context. That's why you read these guys. But the problem with the Catholic Church, Protestant Reformation, and everything else I'm going to put up here is that because of historical circumstances, they lacked a lot of information that we are fortunate enough, really burdened with today. All this stuff we think about, comparative material like Egyptian sites and archaeology and language and Mesopotamia and the surrounding nations of Canaan, all these languages. And they give us insight into cultural customs and religion and history. They had zero. They had none of that. Because it wasn't deciphered until the late 1800s. Some of it wasn't even discovered until the 20th century. They had nothing like that. They're just winging it. Okay? And that's through no problem with their own scholarship. It's just their context. It's quite different. 20th and 21st century evangelicalism is also not the context for Genesis. We're even further removed. Okay? We have opinions because our thinking about Genesis has been historically conditioned by the things we have to deal with. Things like, I'll put this next one up, post-Darwinistic Christianity. The church has had to deal with Darwin. Okay? Mid-19th century, we have Darwin and his influence going on in the 20th century. Of course, it's still a dominant idea in the scientific community, and other areas as well. But the fact that we have to fight with Darwinism, or that we want to fight with Darwinism, or we feel we ought to fight with Darwinism, has nothing to do with the context of Genesis. The writer of Genesis he'd never heard of Darwin. I mean, that's kind of dumb to say that because, he lives in the 1800s. Of course they never heard of Darwin. They'd never come across his ideas. So they're not, what's in Genesis is not a response to Darwin. Darwin wasn't around. It's not the context for Genesis. The context for understanding Genesis is the historical, religious, literary, and quote-unquote scientific context, as much as you could use that term. It was the context in which it was written. That is its context. None of these other ones. Some more things. A little less obvious, but do you realize God did not create a new culture for Israel that was foreign to the rest of the world at the time? When God comes to Moses or whichever other biblical figure and says, most of the time God doesn't say, "Hey, write this down." Okay, that's actually very rare in the Old Testament when you have any sort of, "Hey, you start writing." But when God moves people to record something that God knows, and maybe they knew, would wind up in a collection that was considered sacred, the Bible, God doesn't say to himself first, "Boy, I'd really like to tell them about how I made everything. But how do I do that? I mean, I've got to change the way they think. I've got to give them more information so that when I really give them the scientific details, they'll understand it." And not only that, but I have another problem. God says to himself in this imaginary conversation, even if I take the writer and make him supernormal, superhuman, that I advance his brain, when I fill his brain with all this post-Darwinistic, because I know this guy Darwin's coming along, if I fill his brain with that and enable him to write in such a way that it will encompass and critique Darwin before Darwin's ever born, how is what he's writing going to be at all coherent to the people who read it, the people that I haven't advanced their brain? Okay, now that might seem like a trite description, but it's important. God doesn't change the writer and the original audience. He doesn't advance them scientifically to be able to produce a document that would have advanced scientific knowledge and description in it. He doesn't bother. Frankly, I'm of the opinion that if God came back today, if we didn't have a Bible and God said, "Hey, it's 21st century, I need to start taking these humans and having them write some things down." They're pretty good writers now, lots of different languages. So let's have him write some things down. I need a really smart guy to talk about creation. Hey, well, let's grab Stephen Hawking over there and have a conversation. It's still a waste of God's time. Because if God really told him all the details, it would be beyond Stephen Hawking's comprehension. Now, he might comprehend a little bit more than, the producers of the Old Testament, but God is still so far in advance of Stephen Hawking, whether Stephen Hawking likes to admit that or not, that it would really be a waste of God's time. God is perfectly capable of telling us exactly, with great precision, how everything worked at the beginning, how it was done. He's capable of communicating that. The conversation would be lost on us because our brains are just too puny. It's just, we're human, he's not. God also does not bother to change Israel's worldview. Okay, I don't need to give you a scientific advantage, but I do need to correct some things about your culture that I really don't like, that don't seem really fair or pardon the expression, kosher. I really need to change a few things, and then I'll give you the Torah. And those things that could be potentially objectionable down the line, eons and millennia from now, will be weeded out. Things like in the Old Testament law, that women could not inherit property. Okay, that's in there. They're not, because that's a patriarchal culture. That's what the world of the Old Testament is. It's a patriarchal culture. God doesn't change the culture, clean it up first, and then say, now we can talk. He comes to people as they are, knowing what they know or what they don't know, and says, let's get something down here that you can understand. Not only you can understand, but that the people who read what you're going to produce, they'll understand it too. Because it's communicated in their language, in their worldview. They'll get it. Because I, as God, am choosing to come to this place at this time in history, to these people. That's God's decision. And now I'm going to start revealing who I am. God doesn't bother to clean up anybody's act. And that if we just realize that, there are a lot of things in the Old Testament that unbelievers object to, that you can really file under, why are you being critical of a document where, the Old Testament doesn't necessarily approve of a lot of these things. They just are, because that was their culture. They just are. So why, get apoplectic over it? God's revelation to Israel needed to be culturally decipherable. They had to get it. They had to understand it. It also had to be culturally consistent. In other words, God couldn't fill the Old Testament with things that were foreign to the culture to whom he was communicating, or else they would go, what? What's up with that? I don't understand any of it. This is supposed to be revelation from God. Well, doesn't God know who I am? I don't get this stuff. No, in their original context, they get it. Because he, again, is choosing the time, the place, the circumstance, the people to communicate something to. Now, how many of these things do you believe? Let me just give you a list without commentary here or much commentary. Yes, I know the terms are subject to definition, but work with me, people, okay? Inspiration and inerrancy. People want to quibble about what do you mean, what do you don't mean. Just take the terms, okay? Would you affirm them or not? Would you affirm the idea that God communicated through people just as where they were? In other words, God acts in time. See, we're very fond of talking about how God acts in time with people when it makes us, when it's in the context of God loving us and saving us and providing atonement. It's the same thing when God decides to give us revelation. He's acting in time, specific place. Do you believe that general revelation, which is nature, creation, and special revelation, the Bible, are equally true? Do you believe that there's only one source for everything that is true? Now consider the alternative. No, I think there are two sources for everything that's true, or 10. Really? Okay, well, I wonder if those sources ever disagree, and I wonder why there would be more than one. Can any of them ever be more true than any of the other ones? I mean, you start to get into these kind of weird debates. This was actually a debate in church history, the difference between Eastern Orthodox and now Catholicism, the East and West Church. One of their fundamental disagreements was, did the Spirit proceed from the Father or the Father and the Son? And you think, well, who cares? Well, they cared. And 1,500 years later, they're still caring, okay? I mean, this was a split in Christianity because the one side said there is only one source of truth, and that is God the Father. Not two, one. The other side said, well, let's throw Jesus in there too. I mean, he's God, isn't he? Well, yeah, he's God, but everything begins with the Father. The Father was deemed hierarchically supreme to the Son. And they fought over that. And they split. And now that's why we have Eastern Orthodoxy. There are other reasons, and the West. But do you believe fundamentally that everything that's really true is equally true? If you think about that, how can something be more true than true? That means that the thing that's less true might have a little bit of error in it. Okay? And you don't want to go there. Do you believe that divine accommodation is necessary? In other words, do you believe that God had to God had to sort of lower himself to be able to communicate to human beings, that we're beneath his level of his capacity, and he has to stoop a little bit to make things known to us? Do you believe that there's total objectivity in science is a myth? Okay, think about that one. Total objectivity in science is a myth. Do you believe that? Or are scientists the only completely objective individuals on the planet? Nothing in their background can penetrate their skull and influence them in the slightest way. They're completely objective. I would say that they're not human if they want to claim that. Do you believe that current evolutionary theory has serious problems? In other words, do you believe that there's actually still debate, even within the evolutionary community, about evolution? There is. You don't have to read very far to find that out. Do you believe that you are under no obligation to make the Bible palatable to science? Now, I'm going to tell you where I'm at. I believe all of those things. Every one of them. And if you think about the list, they sort of create ramifications for each other in certain ways. You don't have to give me an answer, but I want you to think about it. Do you believe some or all of these things? Now, since I do believe all of these things, I think that it is a myth that scientists can claim to be totally objective. It's about gathering data, but all data is filtered through something that we call presuppositions, we call our experience, we call our outlook, we call our worldview. It's just part of being human. We're not robots. We are influenced by things. Given all that, I would say there is no need to bend science to the Bible, because I think what is true in the natural world is equally true to what's in the Bible. Okay? I don't think they're two different truths. I think if it's true, it's equally true, and it comes from the same place. Okay, so I don't see the necessity of bending one to the other. And the flip side is, I don't see any need to bend the Bible to science either. You say, how in the world does that work? How does that work? I said this last week, by just letting the Bible be what it is. Nothing more, nothing less, even if it hurts. All right, even if that leaves you with the feeling that, I want it to do something for me here in this argument. But to do that, I need to make it something that it's not, but it'll feel good. I'll win that. I'll win the point. I'll win the argument. Yeah, I'm going to challenge you to resist that. And let me illustrate it for you. 6-year-old girl. God made my baby brother. A scientist comes along and says, no, he didn't. Your mommy and daddy did. Who's right? Who is right? Now I am going to ask for hands. Who's right? How many says the 6-year-old girl? So you're going to cheat now. How many says the scientist? Okay, both. How many say both? Who's wrong?
Oh, the scientist where he says, no, he didn't.
Is he wrong? Is the scientist wrong to say that God didn't make your baby brother? How many would say, yeah, they're both right, but the scientist is wrong too? Is the 6-year-old girl wrong?
They're both kind of half-truths.
They're both right, and they're both wrong. But why can we look at that and up here parse that successfully? Why does the fact that they're both right and both wrong not bother us at all? Because we understand what the claim of the 6-year-old girl is really about. We understand that she's 6. Okay? I mean, we look at the situation and we have an immediate context for it. We say, yeah, you're right. But we know that scientifically, no, not every birth happens like Jesus, the Holy Spirit coming upon Mary and poof, she's pregnant. Okay, not everything happens that way. That's why it was unique. That's why it was a miracle. Mommies and daddies do make babies. Okay? So they're both right, they're both wrong, but we understand intuitively because we have a feel for the cultural situation. All the factors, the age, sort of the silliness about the scientist objecting to a 6-year-old. Like, what kind of an ego does it take to do that? We get it. We know what the 6-year-old's trying to say. So here are my propositions. We're going to come back to the 6-year-old, the scientist. They're going to go at it again tonight. Someone's framework for reality may be flawed by imprecision, like the 6-year-olds, due to lack of understanding, but their truth claim can still be quite correct. See, ultimately, God is responsible for all life, isn't he? God really is responsible for her baby brother. Because without God, she wouldn't have had a mommy and daddy, and there'd be no baby brother. We wouldn't be talking about babies. But her perception of what that involves is flawed because she's 6. Okay? Even though it's flawed, what she's really getting at is true. It's correct. The Bible's worldview might be pre-scientific in some respects. God didn't bother to change that. But its truth claims are still correct. Okay, that's actually my position in all this. I don't really care, and I'm going to show you some examples. If the Bible doesn't, even if there's no biblical Hebrew word for brain, okay, and there isn't, and the Bible links the seat of emotions and intellect and will to your stomach or your kidneys or whatever, it could link it to your big toe for all I care. I don't really care. Because when I read those passages, I know what the writer's trying to say. It gave me heebie-jeebies or something like, okay, I know what's being communicated. And it's being communicated accurately in that context. And I'm not troubled by the context because I understand it. The same way I'm not troubled by the 6-year-old girl who says, God made my baby brother. You're right. He did. So I would charge the critic, again, this I've said before, it's dishonest to criticize Genesis for not being what it wasn't intended to be. Okay, if you want to have a debate with me, you're going to have to justify the incoherence of your beginning position, and then we can have that conversation. Good luck with that. 6-year-old girl. Okay, round 2. God made my baby brother scientist. No, he didn't. Your mommy and daddy did. 6-year-old girl comes back. No, really, he did. Scientist. You're stupid. I'm going to expose your ignorance to my academic colleagues. Can you imagine how absurd that would be? I'm going to go right out to my professional society and I'm going to submit a paper on how ignorant this 6-year-old girl is. I'm going to expose her flawed thinking. Yeah! Yeah, why don't you just give her a backflip while you're at it? Off the top rope into the turnbuckle kind of thing. It's just ridiculous, but I put this here for a point. This is how I view the critic. Well, the Bible doesn't know there's 9 planets, or the Bible says there's a round, flat earth. Yeah. Okay. That's because God didn't bother to change who they were when he said something. Okay. Is there any problem with, you go through the whole thing about, it's really about, do you believe there's a God or not? And if you do, can he actually do anything? And then for him to come back and say, and still go after it, I'm going to expose the fact that I'm mad at it for not being what it wasn't supposed to be to all my colleagues. Good luck with that. They're going to look at you like you're an idiot because what you just said sounds idiotic. It's like complaining to your scientific colleagues that your dog isn't a cat. Okay? It just doesn't make any sense. It's incoherent. It's a dumb way to argue because you're trying, again, to criticize something for not being what it never was intended to be. So I would suggest to the believer, it's unwise to make Genesis something it isn't, to protect it from the critic. Folks, it's the Word of God. It doesn't need you to protect it. I know that hurts, because I've said that to myself. I know that just sort of chops you down a little bit. But it's true. It doesn't need to be protected. It will still be here long after we're all gone. And a new round of people will be there to criticize it afresh. And after they're gone, it'll still be there. It doesn't need you. Even though we really want to do that. Because when you do that, it only makes the critic think that their criticism is valid. It fails to call them on the carpet for their own dishonesty. In other words, if you accept the way they frame the argument, they're never going to learn how dumb their position is. Because you're going to keep it alive for them instead of killing it on the spot. Back to our 6-year-old girl. God made my baby brother. No, he didn't. Your mommy and daddy did. New character, 6-year-old's mom. Now, she's really mad. Mom comes along and says, and put yourself in the place of mom. Okay, pretend the Bible is the 6-year-old girl, and the scientist is the critic, and you're the mom. You're gonna step in now to defend it. You're gonna try to make it something it's not because you want to protect it. Trust her. She watches Baby Einstein. She's smart. You can believe her. The scientist comes back because you've just you've just accepted the game. Well, I guess she missed the episode on where babies come from. He leaves thinking, boy, I nailed her. I nailed them both. I'm going to expose them both to my colleagues now. When the whole debate is just nonsense. But by stepping to the plate, you allowed the antagonist to frame the discussion. And I'm challenging you to not do that. And here's why. We're going to talk about Israelite worldview tonight, and I'm going to suggest that you're dealing with ancient people and ancient thinking. And here's a proposition for you. If the material of Genesis is incomprehensible to its original audience, in other words, if it's really a science book that's capable of articulating science the way we know it today, if that's really what Genesis is about, then it's not Revelation, because it would be completely incomprehensible to its original audience, because God didn't bother to give them all 21st century brains. Examples. Now, Proverbs 23:16, I have here, seat of thought and emotions, the kidneys or the intestines. And I want to show you something. I don't have, this particular laptop doesn't have my software on it, so I'm kind of stuck. Don't report me, Bradley. And I needed an interlinear, so I'm not using Biblia. All right. If it has an interlinear, please let me know. Proverbs 23:16 here. Let's scroll a little bit. It's a little awkward here. This is King James. Yea, my reins, again, that's the word for kidneys in ESV or other translations, shall rejoice when thy lips speak right things. Now, the word for reins or kidneys is kalyotav. If I actually clicked on that, I want you to just see one thing here. I'm not going to kill you with screenshots here. This is the word that elsewhere is translated plainly as kidneys. This is the word for the thing out of the carcass of the sacrifice that you take out and burn. Okay, kidneys. It's the same word. So, again, there are lots of verses like this. You could just do a search on it. Is it scientific to say that your kidneys are the seat and thought of emotions? Well, no, it's not. And I've said before, again, that there's no word for brain in Hebrew, the Hebrew Bible. They don't have any idea what the brain does. It's pre-scientific. Here's another one. This one's kind of odd, you might think, but it's really interesting. I won't go there. I'll just rehearse the passage for you since you're no doubt familiar with it. Human persons existing within one parent. Now, I believe that human life, personhood, begins at conception or fertilization. Okay, when the daddy part hits the mommy part and we have fertilization, that is the beginning of a person, a human being. Prior to that moment, no persons can exist in just one person, and especially they can't exist in the male. But that's precisely what Hebrews 7 says. This is the passage where it talks about Levi paying tithes to Melchizedek while still being in the loins of his father. I'm sorry, but scientifically speaking, Levi, the person, the individual, was not in the loins of his father. Okay, unless you want to believe, and there's even problems with this, Eastern thinking that there's just so many souls out there and they're floating around waiting for bodies. The problem with that is, in the Hebrew mind, a person is what? A person is the union of material and immaterial, the fusing of, for lack of a better term, body and soul. That is a person. You can't have a person, in the way we're used to the terrestrial experience that we call life works. Now, even if we want to separate that and argue about it, the idea that you have a person inside of a male prior to conception just doesn't work scientifically. But that was a common view. Now we know, if we go to Hebrews 7, we know what the claim is. He's just claiming that, look, any descendant from Abraham who paid tithes to Melchizedek, and all of those descendants, even Levi, the Levites, that priestly line is inferior to who? Jesus. Because Jesus is a high priest after the order of Melchizedek, who was the superior in that situation. That's all they're saying. But if we want to press science into it, we have a problem. This one's a little weirder. 1 Corinthians 11 is very famous, the head covering passage. There's a good case to be made. If you actually knew some Greek and you wanted the file to this, I'll send it to you. There's actually a good case to be made that the whole issue in 1 Corinthians 11 is the ancient belief that you can find in Greek medical texts, that the length of a woman's hair had something to do with fertility. It doesn't, okay? We know it doesn't, but they thought that there was an association there. Okay, some of the same terminology in that passage is found in Greek medical texts. The one I want to camp on is this one, Old Testament cosmology, because it relates to Genesis. The Old Testament shares terms and ideas with the ancient Near Eastern pagans. Again, we talked a little bit about this last week. This should not be a surprise because there are similarities between the conception of how the world that we experience was made that are shared with Israel's neighbors. We see these terms as metaphorical, the terms that I'm going to cover tonight. We look at them, when the Old Testament says something like that the sky is supported by pillars. Oh, that's just metaphorical. It's just poetic. To us it is, and you know why? Because we have a scientific worldview. That's why. They didn't. They were serious. No ancient person ever scaled a mountain. Do you realize that? Like the tall mountains? Because it takes oxygen, they freeze, all this kind of special equipment. There's no record that any of them ever did it. Okay, it wasn't until the 15th century that we have, the whole issue resolved of can you sail this way and come out the other? The whole idea about the Earth being a globe and all that kind of stuff, that was debated up into the 15th century. We look at that and go, it's just poetic. It is to us. But what I'm going to say is, again, back to my introduction, if you take it literally, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They were serious about it. All these concepts and even some of the terms are part of ancient Near Eastern cosmology. In other words, what I'll show you tonight, the division of the world, what the world looks like in Israelite cosmology, you can find the same descriptions anywhere else. Egypt, Mesopotamia, ancient Syria, the Hittites, whatever. Because this was a common worldview. Now, if we say that Israel knew better through special divine revelation, then we have a problem. Then we have to say that the literature of the pagans, somehow they knew too. Did God speak to them? Where'd they get that information? I really don't want pagan literature to be in any way even looking inspired. Okay, that opens a real can of worms for inspiration. It's just ground we need to stay away from, and for good reason. It's legitimate to stay away from it. If we let the Bible be what it is, though, we can claim it's unique theologically in what it says about God. But if not, then pagan literature is essentially on the same level. And trust me, you don't want to go there. You want it to be unique. Let's get into it here. Exodus 24. Israelite cosmology has 3 tiers. This is the Ten Commandments passage. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. 3 levels. New Testament is the same. Philippians 2:8, verse 10. So that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth. What, like the worms? No. We're going to see what they were thinking here. Revelation 5, heaven, earth, under the earth. It's a 3-tiered cosmology. This is what it would look like. I didn't make this graphic, which is why it looks cool. Okay? Somebody gave this to me because they hated, honestly, at Western, they hated the one I used, and so they gave me this one. This is a 3-tiered cosmology. There's God. We're going to see it in the verses I'll show you that God lives above the vault of heaven, the firmament. And in the firmament you have windows and doors. And you have the earth. We're going to see verses that talk about the ends of the round, flat earth here. Underneath is Sheol. Sheol can be both the grave and it can also be the underworld. Okay? It's not quite hell, but it's sort of like hell. We can talk a little bit about it. And then underneath that, we have the great deep. These are all scriptural terms that are on this map. This is what an Israelite, an Egyptian would have had different terms, but the same three-tiered level. Same with the Mesopotamians. Now, they have, theologically, they have dramatically different views of what's going on here. Not just who made it, but what's going on. Views of afterlife, the value of humanity. I mean, it's dramatically different. And I've made the comment before, Genesis is about theological messaging. And there are some dramatic differences in what Israel is saying, the Bible is saying, and anything else. So let's take a look at the parts. Waters above and below the heavens. Genesis 1:6, God said, let there be an expanse. Some translations have firmament. It's rakiah in Hebrew. In the midst of the waters. And let it separate the waters from the waters. And God made the expanse, the rakiah, and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. And what was that expanse called? Heaven. The heavens, the sky, Shemayim in Hebrew. So you have here the sky, okay, and you have waters above the sky, and of course you've got waters below down here, but then you have the atmospheric heavens as well. Psalm 148 mentions the waters that are above the heavens. That's after the flood. Did you catch that? Because a lot of people want to say, oh, the waters above, they went away with the flood. See, the firmament was this canopy thing, and it was there, and then the flood, it just went away. And no, it wasn't. According to the psalmist, he's still referring to it. Proverbs 8, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep. Isn't that interesting? We'll get to that. Circle on the face of the deep. When he made firm the skies above. Made firm is amatz in Hebrew. It is the same verb for letting a tree grow firm, hard. Ancient cosmology across the board believed that the sky was this dome over the earth, and it was solid. Kind of like the Truman Show. Okay? They believed that the stars were affixed to it. Some of the stars never moved, but other ones did. And the ones that did, this is why the word stars is attributed to the sons of God and to angels in biblical literature. They believed that the stars were animate beings, that they were really divine beings, and then they'd come to earth as angels, but they lived up there. And those were the ones that moved. Why? Because movement shows what? If something moves, it's alive. Okay? Again, they can't take a rocket and go up and check it out. They believe that this is there's a solid expanse over them. Another passage. Job 37, verse 18. Can you, like him, speaking of Job, drawing the dramatically poor comparison of God and Job. Of course, we know who's going to win there, but can you, like him, spread out the skies hard, kazak, hard as cast metal, mutsak, as a metal mirror. Mutsak is the same word used in the casting of the laver, the tabernacle where they would wash. It's solid. It's also the same terminology used for flint rock. Again, these passages point to the belief that there's a dome, the sky's a dome, and it's solid. And God lives above it. We live below it. Job 22. Did I skip one? No, I didn't. But you say, what does God know? Can he judge through the deep darkness? Thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. That's where God lives. It's his address. And before we think, oh, that's quaint, how cute. We think that, don't we? If a little child would ask you, where does God live? Up there. Is there something wrong with that answer? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Use it, because there's a sense that God lives off planet. Why? Because he created the earth for us. He doesn't need it. He's independent of it. He transcends it. That's all it is. It's very normal. Amos 9:6, he builds his upper chambers in the heavens and founds his vault upon the earth, the vault upon the earth, who calls for the waters of the sea and pours them out on the surface of the earth. The Lord is his name. And Psalm 29, Lord sits enthroned over the flood. Let's go back here. We talk about the middle tier now, the earth. Here's a God's eye view of the world. If God is sitting above the firmament and looking down at it, what does he see? This is where we get Genesis 1:9. God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place." Waters, plural, one place. How can you get all the waters in one place and then still call them seas? And the dry land appeared. That's how you get it. All the waters, one place, earth, but there's still seas, again, depending on what direction you're coming from or where you're at. Because if you're over here, you're going to call this something sea, and you can't really see what's going on over here. So if you live on the other side, that's another sea. But you got all the seas together. Proverbs 8, when he established the heavens, I was there when he drew a circle on the face of the deep. Circular. He made firm the skies above, so on and so forth. Here's an interesting one. He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. What's the boundary between light and darkness? Think about it. You all know the answer to this. What's the boundary? Think literally. What's the boundary between light and darkness? Does it get dark here? Does it get light here? Where's the boundary? The horizon. That's the boundary between light and darkness. If this is your view of the world, your horizon is right here. That's where the firmament ends and it meets. It's stopping the waters from going any further. And it goes all the way around, the whole thing. Because if you're on a circular earth, everywhere you look, there's a horizon. The place where light and dark meet. Again, I told you I'm going to be a flaming literalist tonight. I'm going to say that I'm going to take them absolutely at their word. Vault of the heavens, pillars and mountains. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke. Oh, that's just metaphor and poetry. Yeah, to us it is. If you ask them, it's like, well, there's that big mountain thing. I mean, that's holding up the sky. Duh. If you don't believe it, go find. I mean, how are you going to find out any different? Obviously we can, but the means to do that isn't with them. 2 Samuel 28, the earth reeled and rocked, the foundations of the heavens trembled and quaked because God was angry. Windows and doors, and that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. The fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were closed. Psalm 78, yet he commanded the skies above and opened the doors of heaven. Again, familiar phrases. Pillars under the earth, supporting the earth. Again, look at the language. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. You betcha. It's not Marduk. It's not that silly Ta in Egypt. It's Yahweh who did that. Isn't that amazing? I mean, an Israelite would want you to marvel. He would think you're insane if you didn't. Either that or a pagan. Job 38:4. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? On what were its bases sunk? Or who laid its cornerstone? He set the earth on its foundations so that it should never be moved. to him who spread out the earth above the waters. Again, think of the circle with the earth in the middle. For his steadfast love endures forever. Sheol, the last level. Sheol is a Hebrew word. In the ESV, I think in most cases they just have Sheol. It's Sheol in Hebrew. It can mean the hole that they just dug to put you in when you're dead, or it can mean the underworld. Okay. I said the very first week, we have this idea that hell, the underworld, is down there. Where do we get that? We get that from the Old Testament. Okay, that's just. Do you think hell has a latitude and a longitude? Does it have an address? I mean, could you put it into your GPS and it would take you there? I mean, it doesn't have latitude and longitude. These are what are called cosmic geographical terms. Heaven is where God is. It doesn't have a latitude and a longitude. But if you try to describe it, you're forced, because you live and you're limited by space and time, you're forced to use geographical language. Over there, up there, down here. He passed over what? Like, would I stumble on it if I came across? I mean, we use this language today. And we're forced to, because we are not inhabitants of a non-physical reality. We're trapped into using this language about a place that doesn't have locality that our bodies can identify with. That's why we need new bodies, different bodies. Because if it's this one, we ain't getting there. Okay? We're just trapped. This is our existence. And they have the same problem in the Old Testament. Job 26:5, the dead, the word is Rephaim, tremble under the waters. The Rephaim were not so nice inhabitants of the underworld. Tremble under the waters. Sheol is under the waters. Sheol is naked before God, and Abaddon has no covering. Abaddon is another word. Again, that word comes up in Revelation for the destroyer, the pit. Okay. Sheol beneath is stirred up to meet you when you come. It rouses the shades, the Rephaim, to greet you, all who were leaders of the earth. It raises from their thrones all who were kings of the nations. Everyone righteous or wicked goes to Sheol. Everybody dies. Psalm 89, what man can live and never see death? Who can deliver his soul from the power of Sheol? Answer, nobody. Okay. Now the righteous went to Sheol. The hope of the righteous in the Old Testament was that they get to leave at some point to be with the Lord. Jacob goes there. I shall go down to Sheol to my son mourning. Hezekiah goes there. I'm consigned to the gates of Sheol for the rest of my years. See, when you went to Sheol, you were still alive. You were dead, but you're alive. Kind of like we think today, when people die, they're still, we use the same language because that's the language of Scripture. You still exist beyond your physical death. You're still alive, but you're there, some direction, okay? Hezekiah is saying the same thing. David, certainly, I think he's going to be in heaven, but he goes to Sheol. Cords of Sheol entangled me, snares of death. Are you going to praise? Anybody going to praise you in Sheol? The cords of Sheol entangled me. The wicked also go there. They spend their days in prosperity, and in peace they go down to Sheol. Job's kind of ticked about that. They say to God, depart from us. We don't desire the knowledge of your ways. What's the Almighty, and why should we serve him? What profit do we get if we pray to him? They're obviously unbelievers, but they go to Sheol too. Everybody goes to Sheol. The hope is that you get out. Now, that is a very brief overview of Old Testament cosmology. And I'm coming back to this slide, but I think I'd kind of like to go back to Well, some of us won't have the context for it. Let's just end here. There is a passage, if any of you bring it up in Q&A, I have more slides about it, but I'm going to end here, that relates to cosmology that might have popped in your head as far as a question, dealing with the Earth's shape as it will. But the message I want you to take away again is Genesis is about theological messaging. Just like with our illustration, we spent a long time leading up to the cosmology slides, the conversation between the 6-year-old and the scientist. When you accept the way that the critic frames the debate, you're not going to get very far. If you remember the conversation, the 6-year-old. God made my baby brother. And the scientist says, no, he didn't. Your mommy and daddy did. I asked you who was right. And we said, they're both right. Then I asked you who was wrong. And we said, they're both wrong. But we can parse that because we separate mentally the truth claim, the message, the assertion, the truth assertion being put out, and we immediately contextualize the person's worldview, and even if it's flawed like the 6-year-old's was, her point is still correct. And if we look at Genesis this way, it doesn't matter that Genesis is, and the rest of the Bible is littered with this kind of cosmological language, because God didn't bother to change the culture. He could have if he wanted to. He didn't care. If he had cared, he would have done it. The only other conclusion is that he couldn't, and then you have a problem with omnipotence. Okay? God doesn't care. I'm coming to these people at this time, in this place. It's second millennium BC. They don't know it's BC yet because Jesus doesn't come. But it's a long time, okay, way back. And I'm going to give them a message, and they're going to do the best they can under my influence to express it. I'm going to watch as they write. If they goof up, I'm going to send somebody along. Go fix that. If they didn't quite get it right, somebody will come along and clean that up a little bit. When it gets done with the process, God can look at this thing we call the Bible and say, good job. It's pretty good. I'm satisfied with that. But all of that content is fixed in a particular worldview that we don't have. Okay, we have to let it be what it is. And let God's decision to do it that way settle with us. And my challenge to you is try it. Okay, if you do that, you don't need to justify it to science. They need to justify why they're criticizing it for not being what it was never intended to be. And that would be an interesting conversation. Don't accept that, the way they articulate the debate. So if you have any questions, we can jump into that. I really have no idea what time it is. Oh, not bad, because we started late. So that was about an hour. Anybody have any questions? Yes. No, you cannot play that thing again. Purgatory? Yeah, the idea of temporary purgation or punishment, it is where it comes from. This sort of holding tank, holding place. Now, the difference is you're not going to see, Catholicism gets the basic idea from this, but what you're not going to see in the Old Testament is the idea that when you're in Sheol, you are being punished a certain amount, and then when you cross the line, you're out. Okay, that's Catholic doctrine, but you won't find that in the Old Testament. The idea was everybody goes to Sheol. We put you in the ground. Again, think of what we do today. We bury the dead, and we have this conception today because of the New Testament that if they're a believer, they're already with the Lord, and if they're not, they're in hell. The Old Testament doesn't quite articulate it that firmly. Their idea was we bury them, They're in the ground. We know because we watched them put that person there. But now somehow, if we go back here to the picture, Sheol was conceived as being connected to the ground. Eventually, that person that we put in the ground winds up going down there. And if they were righteous, the hope was, like the psalmist says, someday I will see, the Lord, or I will walk with him, or like Job, I will see my Redeemer face to face. They didn't really know when that was going to happen. But if you were righteous, if you believed in the God of Israel, that was your faith. You believed that I am not going to stay here. I am going to be with the Lord because I walk with God. I put my faith in the God of Israel. So the Old Testament lacks things like timing and real full description that you actually get in the New Testament. But the ideas, the places are the same. There are differences, but they're not dramatic. But Catholicism adds to it to get the idea of earning merit through purgation. You don't have that in the Old Testament. Yes?
How does Jesus' parable with Lazarus and the rich man apply to this? Is that something separate from the Old Testament?
I would not use the word separate. I would use the word more detailed. What you see is when you have the Old Testament, at a given point, the Old Testament period ends. And then naturally, people within Judaism are doing what we do. They're writing about their Bible, like producing commentaries and things like that. And a lot of that literature speculates on, like, what's the place like? What goes on down there? And eventually you get fuller descriptions. You get more details. You get persons on either side. Like there's the side that, in Sheol that, Abraham can sort of look at where it is. He's safe, but he can look down, look over into this place. And in that particular instance, there's a very clear idea of fiery punishment. There's only one. You don't really get fiery punishment in the Old Testament. What you do get, though, is Sheol was a fearful place because of who was there. And there are some sinister characters there. It's described as watery. There's one passage that talks about, it mentions flame, but the question is whether it's like a burning place or not. But there are demonic, bad entities there. It's a fearful place to be. So it's definitely cast as the place that God isn't and that the bad things are. But you don't get the full descriptions of punishment. You get that on into the intertestamental period, and then the New Testament is very consistent with that. So you actually have, I'm going to use the double D word, doctrinal development, for the doctrine of the afterlife. And before that scares you, all doctrines develop. I challenge you to find a doctrine, a biblical doctrine, that isn't different in some way between the testaments. They're never exactly the same. They progress. We believe in something called progressive revelation. You say, those books in the middle, those intertestamental books, they're not part of Revelation. No, they're not. But the writers on either side, especially the New Testament writers, they're reading these. They quote some of them in the New Testament. New Testament quotes some non-canonical sources to make a theological point because they're thinking about what they're doing. Now, in the doctrine of inspiration, we say that God was fine with that. God providentially said, you want to quote that? Fine. It helps. Yeah, you're right. It's a good illustration. You have to view what's going on in a very providential sense. I think you're getting the feel. When it comes to inspiration, I'm just going to say this. We think of inspiration often wrongly. We think of it as an event. Prophet gets up, starts making eggs for breakfast. His mind blanks out and his hand starts to move, and he's not conscious of this at all. He wakes up and goes, wow, that's pretty cool. I didn't know I could do that. That is not inspiration. Inspiration ought to be viewed more like canonicity, a long, providentially guided process that took as long as God wanted it to take. And in the end, God looked at it and said, good job, thumbs up, you got it. Okay, it's not zapping, all right? It's not automatic writing like it's a paranormal experience, okay? It's a long developing process where God is in the process. He was in the process before the writer was even born. He's preparing the environment into which that writer will be born. He's preparing the parents. He's preparing the education. He's preparing everything about that guy or that collection of guys ahead of time. He sees all that because at the end of the trail, God wants to look at it and say, you got it. Now from this point on, just start copying it. No changes. We're done. Just copy the thing now. And then again, that sets up, its own set of circumstances. We have to get away from this cartoonish idea of inspiration. And doctrinal development is one of those. God says, there's an afterlife. I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. Come on, psalmist, cough it up, start writing. He writes down, again, what he understands of it. God says, okay, that'll do. Good enough for now. Time goes on. We're out of the Old Testament period. You got a lot of Jewish writers speculating on things. New Testament period comes along. Peter wants to write something about the underworld or the afterlife. And he happened to read 5 years ago this book by Philo over here. And God says, that was a pretty good book by Philo. I mean, I didn't really tell him to write it, but it was a good book. Why don't you remember that page? And when you remember that page, put that in. That's a good line. And Peter puts it in. Good job. That'll be clear. Because the whole idea is communication. It's not producing some paranormal artifact. The idea is communication. People under God's hand doing the task, producing something to be preserved for posterity. That's all it is. It's a very, you understand when I say that, it's a very human thing. But God is in the process. I don't know why we need God to zap people. I just don't get it. I say that and I know people living today need zaps. Because they know, honestly, they feel like they're not walking with God unless they get zapped. I'm not going to name any names. But you know what I'm talking about. Okay. God can't be real unless I'm zapped. Well, actually, he can. If you think a little bigger, he can. I went, sorry for that rabbit trail, but any other questions? That's a hobby horse of mine. I think you can tell, but yes.
Mike, it seems like Romans 1:20.
Oh, is that a good one?
Takes us as believers kind of off the hook, kind of like what you're talking about, and puts the it puts the burden on the unbeliever, because Paul's telling the Romans here that under the Romans that they're responsible for what they see. That's a pretty basic verse, and so to me it seems like what you're talking about here. That's right, that we don't need to be, some of these baseless arguments or whatever, And in that vein of thought, what do you think about? So a lot of these Christian creation institutes, are they a waste of time and money, or?
That's a fairly difficult question because, on the one hand, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that their heart's in the right place. It's easy to understand that the enemy isn't so much Darwin. It's really how Darwin is used. Because I know plenty of Christians that could really care less about Darwin because, okay, if evolution's right, big deal. That's how God did it. What's the next topic? It's literally like that. And for them, the issue is the evil in Darwinism is the way it's used to not only divorce creation from God, but to kill God. So, in view of that is so prevalent today, if somebody wants to fight Darwinism, and that's what's in their crosshairs, I'm glad you're opposed to that. I'm opposed to it too. I'm wary of it for the reasons that we've been talking about the last couple of weeks. So, on matters like this, I have to give people the benefit of the doubt because I can't get into their heads. If they really feel led by God to do that work and to give to that work and to be involved in that, I'm going to let them go. Just, Lord bless you. What I want from you is for you to understand why I'm not. But I'm still on the same page. I mean, I still agree with your goal. And I'm your ally. Okay? If you want to look at me as the loyal opposition, you can. I mean, I'm no fan of evolution. I frankly have a hard time even caring about it, to be honest with you. And I think you can sort of tell why. But I would let them know that I'm friend, not foe. And if they're going to shoot at me for not being more friendly and not being militant, oh wow. And trust me, I do get shot at for that. But, I would never try to judge what someone feels is the Lord's work and sit in judgment on that and say that's not the Lord's work. I would hope that they would mature in ways that would just let us be at our respective places. I don't know if that helps, but that's just where I'm at on that. Anybody else? Okay, I thought you were going to drift into somewhere else, and I'm not going to open a can of worms here because we need to go. But I'm going to yield to temptation a little bit. Go home. Read Romans 1:20, and then read Romans 10:18, and then look in the cross reference in the margin of Romans 10:18. Paul is quoting Psalm 19, verse 4, and then ask yourself, what is he thinking? Did you hear? I think it might have been yesterday or the day before, anywhere on the news about a British journalist who was giving an interview to the BBC and her thoughts on what to do if you have a suffering child. Yeah, and she was completely serious about how the compassionate thing to do would be. She's talking about how she could see that any mother who really loved her child, if she could see that the child was, really suffering, would just take a pillow and suffocate it. And the interviewer said, well, that's really I can't remember her exact term. Daring is too nice, but that was really sort of maybe a terrible or something like that thing to say. And the kicker was that the woman was like, what, really? Like, she had no idea that what she just said would be taken in any way as offensive. I don't know what planet she's been on, but if you really think about it, you really can spend a lot of time in certain contexts where that is acceptable. Now, I used to begin this lecture, because they aren't very hard to find, with an anecdote like that, or I would ask my audience, I typically do this in Christian colleges, how many of you here are pro-life? And,
if we're going to record this, you might have to
turn over. I would ask, how many of you are pro-life? And invariably, most, if not all, of the hands would go up. And I would ask, why? Why are you pro-life? Why do we hear the story about the lady on the BBC and just feel like, ugh? You know, I mean, why is that visceral? Why is that offensive? Typically, you know, someone is going to come up with the image of God, that human life is sacred. Because you always get the illustration, well, if it was your dog, okay, no matter how much you loved your dog, if you knew your dog was suffering or some other, you know, animal like a racehorse or something, you would have no trouble saying that the compassionate thing to do, the right thing to do, would be to end that animal's life, end the dog's life, put the racehorse down. And everybody would, you know, pretty much agree with that. So it begs the question, well, why is that any different than this? And again, we go back mentally to this sanctity of human life thing. So I would go into that, and then I would pull the rug out from under them, because freshmen deserve that. And I would say, chances are, if we talked about the image of God, your position on this really doesn't give you any defense. And I would go into why. And I'm going to actually jump into that tonight, because I do believe, and I'm very pro-life, but I do believe that the way that a lot of Christians articulate their understanding of what the image of God is, that it actually undermines a sanctity of life ethic. And they don't know it, but it does. So as we take our last little foray here into Genesis, we're going to hit this passage, which I telegraphed to you last week, Genesis 1:26. And I want to talk about this because I think this is a really important topic. And since I only had 4 weeks, I kind of picked, a couple hobby horses, and this is one of them, because I do think we could do so much of a better job articulating this than we do. Now, we're all familiar with this passage. God said, "Let us make man or mankind in our image and our likeness. Let them rule over the fish of the sea, birds of the air," so on and so forth. So God created man or humankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. Everybody knows this passage. And if we have questions about the plurals, we can hit that when we're done. It's actually a rare phrase. The other place you get it is Genesis 5:1. There's two other passages. This is one of them. This is the written account of Adam's line. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. Similar phrasing. Verse 3, when Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness. Again, the likeness phrase, in his own image, and he named him Seth. Now, most commentators, and I would agree, would say that the language here is specifically designed to hearken back to Genesis 1:26 and let us know that whatever this imaging thing is about, it was transmitted. It keeps going after the fall. Okay, that the language here is deliberate, so that whatever it was about Adam that made him special, Adam's offspring shared that and passed it on. Okay? Here's the other passage where you get the phrase. This is after the flood, and God tells Noah, "Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed." Why? For in the image of God has God made man. This is the basis, pre-Mosaic law, for capital punishment in the Old Testament theology. And the rationale here is, when you kill a human being, and by the way, I should say, because God is going to kill lots of human beings later, and he's going to have a system of law that allows for the death penalty, so we need to make some qualifications here. Whenever you take an innocent life, a life that is not deserving of death, that has done nothing to forfeit life, okay, whenever you take a life like that, it is though you, in some sense, it's as though you killed God in effigy. Okay? God was offended that you would take the life of an innocent human being for no lawful reason, because there's something about that human being that is connected. There's a connectedness between that human being and God. And so, again, that becomes the rationale for, if you do that, then you're going to forfeit your own life as well. Now, some preliminary observations just from these texts. You'll notice, if you rehearse them in your mind, Genesis 1:26, Genesis 5:1, Genesis 9:6, both men and women are included in what we will call for now image bearing. Okay, male and female, Genesis 1 said. The image is that which makes mankind distinct from the rest of the Genesis creation, in other words, plants and animals. The text does not teach us, however, that the image makes us distinct from angelic beings, because it's very possible, and that is my view, that the us in Genesis 1:26 refers to the heavenly host, God speaking to his heavenly host. You might have heard that it refers to the Trinity. There are some serious problems with that. Again, if we want to do that in Q&A, we can. So whatever it is, it's shared with whoever the us is. There's something about the image that makes mankind like God in some way. Since God is a person, those who image him share in his personhood. In other words, if you're going to say that there's something about this image thing, image bearing, that we share with God, there's something communicable between God and humanity. And we're distinct from the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom. Since God is a person, it's quite reasonable to assume that part of that distinction is this thing we call personhood. Okay, there's a connection there. There's nothing in the text to suggest that the image has been or can be bestowed incrementally or partially. In other words, you don't get it in stages. It seems to be described as something humanity either possesses, passes on to each human being, or not. In other words, you don't get part of it one day and then 3 months later you get another installment. Okay, there's nothing that tells you that it's incremental. Therefore, you can't speak of being partly or potentially an image bearer. And that's going to become important. And the bearing of children in some way mimics or relates to the initial creation of humankind as an image bearer. So what do we need to say? If we're going to answer the question, what is and isn't the image of God, there are some things we need to say. However we define it, it has to make humankind distinguishably and certifiably unique in relation to any created thing that makes the physical universe its home. You've got to say at least that much. Every member of the human race must possess this image equally and to the same extent. And the image must be something shared with God's own being and nature. So if you're going to come up with some criteria, those are the ones I propose. And I want to start with what the image of God is not. I'm going to go through some common proposals. And now that you have fixed in your mind these three, okay, it's got to be unique, have to have it equally to the same extent, there's no incrementalism, and it has to be shared with God. Those three ideas, let's see if any of these proposals meet those criteria. I would suggest the image of God is not any of these things. And chances are, if you look up image of God in a theology book, you're going to find something on this list that I say, nope, it's not going to work. Intelligence, rationality, emotions, ability to know God or commune with him, the soul, possession of a soul idea, again, whatever that is, free will, conscience, sense of morality, and the ability to communicate. You can find all of those in systematic theology books. You say, well, what don't you like about them? They can't be said to be present equally among all human beings. They can't be said to be present actually among all human beings. You can't leave anybody out. Because as soon as you leave one human being out, then that human being is divorced from personhood. And again, this thing we call the sanctity of life. In some instances, they are not distinguishably and certifiably unique to humans. But all of them fail the first two criteria. You can fail the third, too. Let's talk about equal to humans, unique to humans. Some of these faculties, again, intelligence, emotion, all that sort of stuff, are not uniformly distributed and are possessed only potentially by some human beings. Examples, the fetus. Can the fetus pray? Can the fetus think? Can the fetus communicate? And all these things are subject to definition, and they will fail somewhere along the line because the fetus doesn't have a brain. The problem with a lot of these is they're linked to the brain. That means before you have a brain, and there is a time when all of us didn't have a brain, before you have a brain, you're out of luck. Okay, if that's what the image is, then by definition, you don't have it. You say, oh, well, the little cellular little ball of whatever it is, I mean, everything's in there to make a brain, so it potentially has a brain. You're right. So we have a potential person. Why are you opposed to abortion? If it's not really a person, there's potential and actual. If it's not actually a person, what's the problem? Again, you get into some real dicey areas if you want to link the image to brain function, and even if you have a brain function. What about if brain function is destroyed? What about severe retardation? Okay, vegetative state, that sort of thing. If you're going to link it to that organ, and by the way, you're saying that the image, therefore, is obtained chronologically, okay, as you grow, which means there's a time before that point that you don't have it, and then afterwards you do. Okay, again, that's ethically pretty tenuous. If you're going to say these things, then you weaken an ethical position that has the sanctity of life as its basis. You're going to be trapped pretty quickly. Free will, conscience, sense of morality, the ability to communicate. None can be said to be held in actuality to humanity. In reference again to infants in some cases, the fetus, fertilized human egg, zygote, severely retarded. This also presumes that no animal, not even one, as soon as you find one member of the animal kingdom, one non-Homo sapiens, okay, as soon as you find one member of the human, of the animal kingdom, that can act contrary to instinct, even once, then you have a problem. Do animals ever act contrary to instinct? Do they ever portray by their actions some sort of oughtness, or, again, just something that's contrary to nature? One of the fields, if you're interested in this topic, just a little rabbit trail here, one of the fields I think you'd find fascinating is a field called animal cognition. You would be startled to know and see test results that are given equally, same test, to a chicken and a toddler. Sometimes the chicken really destroys the toddler on an intelligence test, okay? I mean, and animals do things that are contrary to nature, you know, that because, again, we've all read this stuff, you know, that an animal would react in some way to the benefit of its owner, to the detriment of itself, you know, jumping through a burning window or something like that. That isn't something the animal is born with. There's part of the brain that, okay, now I know how to jump through burning windows. Okay, I mean, that's just something that develops. It's a developmental issue. So, you know, you get into these areas that seem to overlap and tread on things that we want to be distinctly human if we want to define the image in a certain way. Communication. What about animal communication? Communication doesn't have to be verbal, does it? Certainly not. There are more than one type. There is more than one type of communication. There are a good number of examples where higher order animals can and have communicated with humans. It's the old teaching Coco the gorilla sign language. And it's not just memory work, even though that would be learning, which requires intelligence. But it's something that goes beyond just learning facts. If you've never read anything about training chimps or anything to use sign language, there are a number of them that have taken what they're taught and they form independent sentences with them. As soon as they do that once, that's intelligence. Okay, that's an independent mind creation of, this information I'm given because I'm using it for a new purpose, to tell my owner to clean my cage now. Okay? I mean, there are just things like this. It's a fascinating field. We also sort of assume that communication has to occur across species for it to be real. Like your dog would have to talk to you to be really intelligent. You can't talk to your dog either. Why not within a species? Why doesn't that count? I mean, who made up that rule? A little bit more on intelligence. What if some of these other issues, if the image is intelligence, is there an intelligence threshold? Do smarter people have more of the image? What about emotional intelligence? If we're going to define it that way, if you have a higher EQ instead of an IQ, is that connected to the image in some way? And again, you can't measure these things at all when it comes to the little cellular dot that's growing inside of a woman that we want to call a person. Okay, a full human being, not a partial human being or a potential human being. Because if you're going to go there, then again, back to my questions, why do these dastardly ethical statements, why would they offend you? Artificial intelligence. It's subject to definition, but do we really want the image of God and human personhood subject to definition? Because definitions can change. Okay, it would be easy for people in that field to do a little sleight of hand or sophistry and sort of run rings around the theologian who wants to link imaging to just intelligence. ET life. What if that was a reality at some point? And a lot of people you get into religious discussion about this topic, especially the Catholic Church, who spent a lot of time on this. One of their big fears, or one of their big things they think they need to confront or deal with or have an answer for is, if you have an intelligent extraterrestrial, then that must mean that they share the image and are in need of redemption. That's a lot of theological extrapolation, which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if you're going to define the image in a shareable way with a non-human life form, that's the real issue. Then you got a problem. Because then you're no longer unique. Soul. In part, the question depends on the origin of the soul, which we're never told about in Scripture. Where does a soul come from? Your options are biology. Let's just do a little systematic theology rabbit trail here. You have three options in systematic theology. One is called traducianism, which says that the man and woman, when they copulate and conceive a child, they create the soul of that child through the biological act. In other words, your kid doesn't just get the genetic information that you'd think that you'd associate with biology. He also gets a soul from you, the two parents. That's one view. The other view is called creationism, which has nothing to do with creationism as far as Genesis goes. But that's the idea that, no, the mom and dad just create the body, the material substance of the child, and God creates the soul. In other words, after God looks down and sees, yep, we got a conception over here on aisle 5, we need a soul to go in there. So God does that, sort of literally like pops it in there. That's view number 2. View number 3 was sort of a rare view in historical theology held by Origen, who's one of my favorite apostolic fathers or patristic fathers because he has all sorts of weird ideas. He's just entertaining. Origen thought that God, before creation, created a specific limited number, a finite number of souls ahead of time, kind of like a soul bank, so that when humans conceived, then God didn't have to create them then. He would just like match them up. Okay, you go over there, that's not your body. Your body's over here. And he just literally distributes. God is the great soul distributor. That means that Origen believed in the pre-existence of the soul, which some people try to equate with reincarnation and say that early Christianity taught reincarnation. It's not reincarnation. We don't have transmigration of souls. We have pre-existence of souls in Origen's view. So please do not diss Origen by saying that he believed in reincarnation. Humans, what we do know from the text, are animated by the breath of God. Okay, at least Adam was. And he's referred to as a living soul, the nefesh chaya. Chaya there, that Hebrew term refers to the living part. It's really a living organism, a living animal that has a nefesh, that has this thing that gets translated soul. Well, the problem is that animals are also called nefesh chaya, living souls, okay, living nefeshes. Exact same phrase used here in Genesis 1, 20 and 21 and a bunch of other places. God said, "Let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures. Let the birds fly above the earth," so on and so forth. Every living creature, again, nefesh chaya, used down a little bit way, about halfway. So if we're going to take this language when it's used of humans and say, aha, what's unique about the human is he has a nefesh, they have a soul. Well, that doesn't work either because animals do too. Same phrase. It's kind of a dead end. Equal among humans, unique to humans. Again, what about the soul? What if it's going back to that, intelligence issue or some of the other faculties of the brain? What about emotions? Maybe the possession of, volitional will. Maybe that's the image. All these things, again, that we associate with our minds, with our brains. If we sort of go down that rabbit trail, we have a problem too, because nefesh, the word soul, and ruach, the word for spirit, are both used, to summarize in the slide, they are both used for the faculties of the mind, the will, and the emotions. They're interchangeable. So you don't get much help there because you can't really distinguish between a nefesh and a ruach, and animals have a nefesh. And, you get some that we'll tread over into the ruach territory too. So what are we supposed to do? I would say if there's not clarity in Scripture on the nefesh or the ruach being what makes humankind unique, we probably don't want to bank all of our ethics on it. Okay, we probably don't want to stake our ethical positions, our sanctity of life positions, on things that aren't even clear in the text. We certainly don't want to stake them on things that are shared, either potentially or in real life, with other life forms that are not human. We don't want to link imaging, again, this thing we call the image, to an ability that depends on an organ that has to develop chronologically. Because as soon as you do that, you really have to be consistent. You have to abandon opposition to things like abortion up to a certain point. You have nothing to go on. You just don't. And anybody who knows the biblical text well enough, and believe me, there are people out there who are very pro-choice, who do know the text and are making these arguments. You need something better. And I'm going to give you a fairly simple suggestion, but it wouldn't be one that would occur necessarily to the naked eye. What I think the image is, it's not a thing put in humanity. It's not an attribute given to humanity. Think of it as a verb. It's a status. Part of the debate over what the image of God is concerns, again, this phrase, let us make man in our image after our likenesses. Now, as in English, we're dealing with a preposition here. Prepositions in Hebrew are used to denote different ideas. I'm going to suggest to you that the key to this, believe it or not, is how you take the preposition in. And this is an actual point of Hebrew grammar that I'm going to show you, so I'm not making it up. But I think that's the key. Let's talk about how we do this in English. If I say, put the dishes in the sink, what am I denoting? What's the meaning? Location. Put the dishes in the sink. The preposition there tells me location. If I say that something is written in pencil, what do I mean? Same preposition. Certainly isn't location. Source or instrumentality. I didn't adjust my fonts here, my pitch size. See, there you go. He broke the vase in pieces. Denotes what? Result. Here's what to say in reply. Denotes purpose or process. I work in accounting. Means what? If I say I work in accounting, what am I saying?
You may be referring to two different things. One would be the type of work you do. Mm-hmm. One other might be the location. Mm-hmm. I work in accounting.
Yes, it could. It could be the location. And the second one is the more important alternative, the type of work. Basically, if I said I worked in education or I work in medicine, it's function or capacity. That's my job. It's what I do. It's a verb. Okay? Here's my point. I think we should understand Genesis 1, 26 and 27 as meaning that humankind was created to function in the capacity of God. Let us make humankind as our image. All of this points to viewing the image in a functional sense. We are created to image God, to be Him as though He were here. Okay, we are His representatives. It's a status given to us. It's a function that we need to fulfill. I think if we take that tack, we go to the New Testament, we get some interesting results, or at least we get some interesting cross-fertilization of ideas. Paul says, we all with unveiled face, beholding the glory of the Lord, are being transformed into the same image from one degree of glory to another, for this comes from the Lord who is the Spirit. As we image God, we become more like Him. We are transformed from what we are into what we should be, what His intention is. In their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. Elsewhere, we have this idea of Christ as the, quote, express image. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. He's the best imager that there ever was. He is the imager par excellence. He is the template for our own imaging. He is what we ought to be. an imager of God. For those whom he foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, to be more like him, conformed to be like him, to become him, not in an ontological sense, but in a functional, in a works sense, in a sanctification sense. Be conformed to the image of his Son. I'm going to stop there and talk. I just want to say a few more things about this. I think the advantage to this particular view, if I can summarize it, is every person, whether through the providence of God, the sovereignty of God, again, it gets into theodicy, why is there evil? But every human being is born an imager of God. He is born, she is born with that status. It can never be taken away. It is not bestowed incrementally. It is not obtained in stages. It just is. Okay, if you are human, you are an imager of God. You are God's representative on this planet, and nothing else is. This is his domain. It's our domain because he gave it to us to be shepherd kings over it. We are him as though he were physically here. Now, in a fallen world, again, under the sovereignty of God, some human beings will never get to do that. They will never get to live out their own role as imagers of God. Okay, they could die prematurely in the womb, they could be aborted, they could be born severely retarded, they will not be able to use the faculties that God has given in principle to humanity, the way that we are biologically made by him. Some human beings never get to do that. But that doesn't diminish the fact that they are and were imagers, period. So, whatever happens to be conceived at the moment of conception in the womb, it can only be human, genetically. If it's multiplying cells, it's alive, scientifically, and theologically, it is an imager. It just is. It doesn't have to develop to the point of being an imager of God. It just is. And I think we are on more of a solid foundation with our ethics if we take that view as opposed to any other view that links it to an organ or chronology. We're able to. Sometimes I run through that and I leave people about halfway through. So, any questions? We have one over here first.
With that view, also, that the image of God is complete, it doesn't develop in stages, or it's never incomplete, would also speak well to the issue of it's not ever ethical to abort a fetus, a baby. That's the result of rape.
No, I would agree. Let me give you my little. I can't call it a pilgrimage because I didn't go that far. But after I got married and my wife got pregnant for the first time, we had a discussion. It was actually more like an argument, where I said, "Look, I just want you to know." And she disagreed. I said, I just want you to know, if you go in there to deliver and something goes wrong, I'm going to tell the doctor to pick you over the baby. And she didn't like that. I said, look, the fact of the matter is you're going to be lying in that bed, and you can't do anything about it. I mean, I meant it to be a little funny, but she didn't really take it that way. After we had our first kid, I went back to my wife and I said, I've sort of rethought this. I said, if there was a problem now, because it has a dramatic effect on you. So I said, if we had a problem now, and the doctor said, what should I do? I would say, do the best you can. And she was happier with that. I felt some angst over it. But, I also felt like, it's a position that you more or less have to take. And I taught ethics. I've taught ethics for years, and I know all the argument. Well, if you got 3 kids and you got one over here, how fair is it to leave the 3 kids without a mother? Look, just do the best you can. I know you're not God, Dr. So-and-so. I'm not going to treat you like you are. Oh, here she comes. Perfect timing. I'm talking about our disagreement with the first kid when I said if there's a problem, I'm going to save you instead of the kid, and you didn't agree with that. So I recanted later on.
Did that meet a lot of joy and happiness?
Well, I think, it's this thing about choosing who lives and who dies. If you've never gone through the process of having a kid, it's hard to view your child and your wife on the same plane. If you've never gone through that process, so you're stilted in one direction. And you think, well, my wife will like that because I'm putting her above the baby. No, she didn't really go for that. Because she has, obviously, I'm not trying to make a bad pun here, but she has more of an attachment, to the child because, the whole process. And I didn't understand that, but I do now. Yes.
You talked several times about at the point of conception and how you become a gender, but with science today, cloning and everything, is the argument that
Can you be more specific as to what you're wondering about?
human cloning.
Right. If the soul, it goes back to the 3 views of where the soul comes from. They all work here. If the soul is created biologically, then there would be a soul in the clone because it's created from 2. You still have to have the genetic. How do you want to say here? You don't have a joining of egg and sperm, maybe. It depends on what the process is. In other words, you could have that joining and then take something from that and implant it, and there's all these gradations, what's a true clone and what's not a true clone and all that kind of stuff. If the soulishness is transmitted biologically, let's just put it that way, then it stands to reason that another biological process could accomplish the same thing, even though it's a different biological process. That's a guess because we don't know where the soul comes from. If God inserts the soul, then it's like, well, it's up to God. If we have Origen's view, then it's also up to God as the distributor. There's no scriptural justification for any of these views, by the way. They're guesses. All 3 of them are guesses. So I'm predisposed to think that the result of cloning would be, in every other way, completely human. And if we look, again, this is a poor answer because Scripture is limited by its pre-scientific language. But to an Old Testament person, people who are using these terms like imaging and nephesh and all this stuff, to them and to the New Testament person, a person was the union of the material and the immaterial. And that is still what you have. Now, granted, they're not making the sort of distinctions that we might want to make about what constitutes an immaterial part of a person. But if you took a clone and you introduced it to Abraham and they could walk and talk and function and laugh and cry and think, and you asked him, well, is this a person? He'd say, oh, sure, it's a person. You know what I mean? It's an inadequate answer just because of the context that you have. But, you know, we're just not told. But my predisposition is to think that that's a human being. I don't think we should clone full human beings and then harvest them as though they were not. And as soon as I make that leap, I have to embrace the idea that they are imagers as well. Otherwise, I have no basis to oppose it. So, yes?
One question. I'm very much pro-life. I think it's biblical. Mary was with child, not with a massive tissue, whatever. I have an ethical dilemma. So when it comes to something like fallopian tube conception,
Mm-hmm.
where the baby has no chance
Mm-hmm.
of being born living,
And
when something is done,
then the mother will die too.
the mother will do it. Yeah, they're both dead.
Right.
So I have an ethical dilemma that I can't fully answer. Yes, I would save the mother's life, but in the process, you're directly causing that conceived child to die.
I would answer that this way. I actually had a surgeon ask me that question. And he was a Seventh-day Adventist, very strong pro-life. And he said this week he had performed one of these where he removed the tiny embryo from the fallopian tube to save the mother's life. And he said, they're there at the table, and the nursing staff knows him, they know his position and all this stuff. And he held up the little embryo, and you could see the feet. And he hands it to the nurse and says, we just performed an abortion. And so a few days later, we read a Bible study. He asked me, you know, what do you think of that? You know, exactly the same question you articulated. And my position is that when you're in a situation where your choice is 2 deaths or 1, you pick 1. And he said, that's the way I feel too, but interestingly enough, the Pope disagrees.
What would his option be?
There is no option. His alternative is just don't do anything and you let them both die. Because you cannot take an innocent life in any circumstance. Now that was John Paul. I don't know what the latest Pope's position is or the position of the Catholic Church. He didn't really care. He just thought he'd throw that into the conversation. But I think the most pro-life thing to do when you have, my choice is either 2 people die or 1. There's no in between. You save 1 life. And in that scenario, the only one you can save is the mother. So that's how I would approach it. But you know, if the Pope were here and he threw something at me, well then, you know.
That kind of abortion must be 0.001.
Oh, he said it's exceedingly rare, exceedingly rare. But nevertheless, he had one. Yeah. Oh, it is, because you're never going to feel completely. You're never going to feel like, you know, you're never going to get the complete sense that you did the right thing. But I think if it was me, I think I would be able to sort of, I hate to say it this way, but give myself the benefit of the doubt and understand. I mean, God doesn't expect me to be God either. So, you know, what's God going to say to me? Well, why didn't you just do something omnipotent? Well, like, because I can't. You know,
Let them both die. Then I would have a sense of
it was in the power of your hand to save a life. And so that's what you do. You know. I wanted to leave time for questions tonight, too. If you have anything that you want to just throw out there, feel free. We should say something about the plurals, since I brought it up. If we go back to, let's just go here. here. It's very common to view the plurality language here as the Trinity. Now, my problem with that, other than the fact that we aren't given a number here, we aren't told that there's 3, is that there are other passages that speak of divine plurality where you have plural gods, okay, in the heavens. And you get into some theological problems if you want to link that language to the Trinity. Now, I know I had a browser here open somewhere. Boy, I just really don't like 7 here for this. Oh. Well, let me go to Explorer. I'll show you what I mean because we don't have our software. You got to be kidding. Let's see here. Okay, let's look up Psalm 82. And I don't really know how to make that bigger. Somebody told me how to do that last time without a mouse. You hold something down and hit the plus. Control plus, okay. Well, that didn't work. I must have done something wrong. Oh, it got a little bigger. This verse here, this is a key passage for me in this plurality question. It says, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. The word God there is the word Elohim. Very common name for God. It's used well over 2,000 times in the Old Testament. The word gods is also Elohim. Okay, in the same verse. 2 occurrences, same verse. The first one has to be singular because the verb in Hebrew has taken his place or taken his stand, is grammatically singular. That tells you, through subject-verb agreement, Elohim is singular. So we have one God standing in this council in the midst of the Elohim. There's a preposition there in Hebrew. It's bekerev, which means in the midst of. And you can't be in the midst of one, or he's not standing in the midst of himself. He's standing in the midst of gods. And we find out later, here's the problem. If you read the whole passage, he's talking about the gods, and they're not behaving very well. I said, you are gods, sons of the Most High. All of you, nevertheless, like men, you will die and fall like any prince. This is a passage where the God of Israel judges the other Elohim. There are other divine plurality passages in the Old Testament that refer to gods in council. Psalm 89. Might as well go there. What I'm going to here is that if you're going to take the plurality language as the Trinity, you can't do that in Psalm 82, because then you have God telling the other members of the Trinity that you're corrupt and you're going to die. That's just bad theology. You just don't want to go there. Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. That we have an assembly. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? Let's see what the little note here is. Hebrew, sons of God. It's B'nai Elim in Hebrew. So, again, you have passages like this where, again, part of the reasoning is polemic. Part of the reasoning is that this is God and his heavenly host. And it's easy to take that and go back to Genesis 1 and say, what we have here in fancy grammatical terms is a plural of exhortation. God says to his council, hey, let's make Adam, humankind, in our image. They say, it's a good idea. So who creates humanity in Genesis 1? If you go back to Genesis 1. So God created man in his own image, in the image of God. He created him. The verbs for creation are all singular. Only the God of Israel creates humankind. The rest of the council members, they're just entertained. They're just thrilled. If you get to Genesis 3, you have the same language. I think it's around, well, one of them is in 22. Let's just go to verse 7. Oh, let's go up a little bit. Okay. For God knows, Elohim knows, that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open and you will be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. If you go down to verse 22, then the Lord God said, behold, the man has become like one of us in knowing good and evil. The knowing there is actually a plural participle. Okay. So again, you have plurality language where you have this knowing good and evil talk, and that might make some people uncomfortable in a Trinitarian context. You could get around it. But I think the real issue is taking divine plurality language from Genesis 1 elsewhere gets you into trouble. But if you do it the other way, you don't really have a problem. The only real problem is, what do you mean they're gods in the Old Testament? That they're real. It's God judges them. He's not judging Mickey Mouse, okay, who isn't real. Okay. God is consistently compared to the other gods. There's just, Old Testament's full of this language. To some people that sounds like you can't have monotheism there. I don't want to get too far afield. The issue is, what's an Elohim? Do you realize there are 5 things in the Hebrew Bible called Elohim? It's good for trivia. God, the God of Israel. Gods, plural, like in Psalm 82. Demons in Deuteronomy 32 are called Elohim, the Shadim. Angels, depending on how you take Genesis 32 and what event that refers back to. And lastly, 1 Samuel 28, the spirit of human dead, Samuel. You know, the Witch of Endor story? Okay, the witch, the medium is better. The mistress of the Ov in Hebrew. The departed spirits looks and says, whoa, I see Elohim coming up out of the earth. That's what the Hebrew text says. And Saul says, what does he look like? She describes him and he goes, oh, that's Samuel. Then they have their little conversation and Samuel kicks his butt again from the grave. I mean, it just, you know it's Samuel because of what follows. But Samuel is called an Elohim. He's dead. We're used to thinking of the term Elohim and connecting it to a set of attributes. Omnipotence, omniscience. What are some other omni words? Omnipresence, all that kind of stuff. Because in English, when we say God, that's what we mean, especially for Christians. Elohim doesn't actually mean that. Okay, because you got 5 different things that are called Elohim. They can't be all omniscient, omnipotent. Obviously, the spirit of a human dead person is not at the same level as the God of Israel. Okay, that's pretty obvious. Elohim is actually what I call a place of residence term. That is, you are called Elohim if your proper domain is the non-embodied world, what we call the spiritual world. If by nature you are not embodied, you are an Elohim. Angels, demons, gods, God of Israel, spirit of human dead, because we don't have a body now. Okay, we're on the other side. Some in that realm can come over to this realm and become embodied. We know the Old Testament stories about that, God included. And some from our side can go to the other side and see what goes on there. The prophets are classic examples. Elohim means you live over there, not here. You're from over there, not here. Over there, there's rank and power and a certain set of attributes. There's hierarchy. So Yahweh is an Elohim, but no other Elohim are Yahweh. That's what an Israelite believed. But, we're modern 20th century Americans, 21st century Americans, and our native language is English. And so when we see Psalm 82 translated like the Hebrew text says, it kind of freaks us out because, whoa, how do we deal with that? Monotheism is actually a 17th century term. It wasn't used before that as far as English lit scholars tell us. You know, if you want to use it, fine. We know what we're talking about. The God of Israel is unique. That's the point. There is only one uncreated being. There is only one being with that set of attributes, and it's him. That's the theological point that has to be made and maintained. You want to stick a label on it, go ahead, you know, whatever label makes you happy. But, you know, the point here is divine plurality language identified with the Trinity in the Old Testament will get you into some problems. So I do not take that position. Because I don't. I'll take my set of problems over that set of problems. So.
We still see in the New Testament that Christ was the creator.
Mm-hmm.
Colossians 1.
Mm-hmm.
All things were created by him and for him. So we certainly must agree with that.
Oh, I think it's easy to show a Godhead in the Old Testament. You just have to know what you're looking for. Okay, the first class that we did, the first 4-week thing, I spent 2 weeks on that, going through the Old Testament, the way the Old Testament expresses the Godhead idea. It's a little harder for Trinitarian. There's one passage that sort of, in my mind, really looks Trinitarian to me. I'm not going to get into it, but I'm sure there are others. I just need to invest the time looking for it. But as in the Old Testament, you have the God who is Spirit. We call him the Father, God the Father. And then so humans could parse God, and for their own protection, there's a second Yahweh in the Old Testament, and that one is embodied or comes in some other physicalized, manifest form. And I'm not a modalist either, if any of you are theologians here. But you have two. So the second Yahweh is but isn't the Father. Jesus is God, but he's not the Father. He is but isn't God. It just depends on the language that you use. He's not the Father, he's the Son, but he's still God. Okay? You know, we're used to saying this. It's very, creedal in the history of Christianity. That's actually what you have with the Spirit. The Spirit is but isn't Jesus. Do a search in the New Testament sometime for phrases like the Spirit of Christ, or where Spirit is interchanged with Jesus. It's really interesting. There are three, and they're one, and sometimes they're two. It's like playing mind games. It's hard for us to wrap our minds around this. In the Old Testament, you got two running around. Sometimes they're in the same scene, and they're the same, but they're not. And it's the same thing post-resurrection. And some would even say pre-resurrection, where you have Jesus and the Spirit, that the Spirit is but isn't Jesus. He is Jesus, but he's not. Same essence, but it's the same issue. And then when you put them all together, you got three. So I think it doesn't take too much work to get there and have it really be rooted in the text. But that is a separate issue, because if you have three in one essence, they are the one that bear the unique set of attributes in the spiritual world. There are still other Elohim that are lesser than the Godhead. Okay, I think that's not a Christian invention. I think the Old Testament is there too. That's not something that came along and the New Testament writers just, this sounds good, let's make this up. I think it's consistent all the way through. But I don't see it in Genesis 1:26. Any other off-the-wall sorts of questions? This is actually an early week, yes, Mike.
We'll walk around a little bit with this idea of in our image. If you look at a commandment like, you shall not take my name in vain, and you look at that as ambassadorship, in other words, you shall not identify with my name and not image me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that fit?
I think it does. The New Testament, let those who name the name of Christ depart from iniquity. I mean, that's pretty clear.
So,
it's
would be a part of that. It's certainly,
it's not an
right.
it's not an equation.
Okay, now if that fits, and it's a question of ambassadorship, you were kind of implying that being a human kind of somehow auto-reflected that's what makes us unique.
Right. We are like the Creator in terms of we're the only thing in the created realm that is like Him in terms of being a reflection. We have communicable attributes of His that, it enables us to be Him in His absence. And we have those things. Yeah, well, I'm not denying omnipresence, but just, in other words, God creates the earth and says, hey, I want you guys to run it. I think there's obviously more to it than that. But, we are, let's throw out some terms, understudies. We are, again, shepherd kings. We are ambassadors. We're representatives. We're all these things by virtue of the fact that we're human. Now, it's interesting, after the fall, that isn't lost because of Genesis 5:1. It's still, the language is still there. And it becomes an issue in Genesis 9:6. So it's not like the image either ends or starts with the fall. It's pre-fall, and it continues on. And it's something that is shared by humanity broadly and exclusively.
Kind of like a Romans 1, you're kind of pointing to something like that there's something there, but you're not really, you don't really image God until you're born in the Spirit.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I think you are capable of imaging God because you're human. Because you're human. If you are allowed to live, and the things given to you by the Creator, again, biology, He created us to reproduce our own kind. Those things are intact. They are stilted. Okay, they're truncated. Okay, in some way, we could surely image God better if we weren't fallen, but because we have statements about the image after the fall that don't denigrate the status, they don't make it lesser than what it was, then to me it stands to reason that we are still considered imagers. We certainly are because, in light of Genesis 9:6, we're still God's effigy, so to speak.
Okay. So things that we might consider our higher nature, beautiful music, and...
I think all of those things, anything that is part of what we are, is intended by God to be used for His glory. And part of that is, let's say you're a scientist. Part of your mission is to think God's thoughts after Him, to find out what makes the universe tick. Okay, there's discovery there, and you're using that, to glorify God and to better the lives of other imagers. I mean, business. I mean, anything really. You can put almost any area in here. We're getting into the really verse 27, the whole idea of the dominion mandate. Okay, what humanity is tasked to do. Subdue the earth. It's really yes, it's control, but it's not rape and pillage the earth. Okay. Right. You are a steward and a king, all rolled up into one. And it's your job to maintain what God has made and to use the communicable attribute of God in terms of creatorship. We have creative power. We have creative ability, not to say exist and it exists, but we can build things. We can make things. We can imagine things. Right. There are things that humanity does that God, of course, could do and would do a whole lot better. But God says, run to it. Take care of it. Go find out how wonderful it is. It's all part of stewarding, what He's done in all these areas. I don't know how many of you come from a Reformed Christian context, but in the Reformed circles, this is called the cultural mandate, or the idea that there's no division between secular and sacred. Okay, there is no distinction there. There's no being in the ministry is not superior to being anything else, because they're all just imaging tasks. God views them all equally. They're equally important. They're equally worthwhile. It's the work ethic, what we call the Protestant work ethic. Work has value. It has intrinsic value. And it's all predicated on Genesis 1:26 and 27, when theologians talk about it anyway. Yes, sir.
Another question that comes to mind, if this being in the image of God is a God-given quality for all human beings, then we have to say that there's Ted Bundy or Adolf Hitler was born or conceived in the image of God. Granted, they're not God's ambassadors in that sense of the word. So there's a different sense of the word between.
Right. They were still human. They are not subhuman.
Yeah.
They are heinous and evil, but they are still human. You know, that really gets into the whole issue of the effects of sin and, you know, patternings in life and all that sort of thing that James talks about. But it doesn't remove their humanity from them in terms of. I realize we have that expression, you know, they've lost their humanity, but, you know, we know what we're talking about with that. Anybody else? Yes.
This back a few weeks, before I was kind of waiting to the different discussion we were talking about. It seemed to me, and I thought you answered this, and later on I realized that it hadn't quite addressed what I was thinking, that the Bible is essentially take what the surrounding cultures have created as their myths, take that, reshape it in our own way, to speak about our belief system, but we're not really taking what was handed down through line of Seth, but rather taking what these other cultures have created and shaping it into kind of their own version of the truth. And so I was wondering, like, could it be that the other cultures had their myths because they all had a similar historical understanding of what originally happened, and then maybe the Hebrew account has the correct account, or was it more that they were taking for maybe literary purposes these other cultures' myths and speaking to them directly to say that they said.
Is there a hint? Are you asking? Is there a hint of evangelism here?
I guess
In the latter.
Like this is the real story in the scripture, or is it more of we're talking to you because you're here, and there's not really like this is really how it was passed.
I think, again, if we believe there's a God, if we believe that God can actually do anything, like communicate, if we believe there's a God, then he can exist in more than one person. He can actually, you know, do something like the incarnation, you know, resurrection, all that stuff. They're all very simple presuppositions that follow and extend one from the other. I certainly think that it's not too much of a leap, okay, to say that we have this culture that God chose. Okay. God just, I mean, to us it looks arbitrary, and to our understanding it may be completely arbitrary, and in God's understanding it might have been arbitrary. I mean, who knows? But God selects Abraham and says, you know, okay, we're going to start over here essentially and create a family for myself, a people, a nation. And God comes to them, gives them revelation, and it's through that person's descendants that God keeps doling out, in a good sense, information. And that is the correct version of events. I mean, this is because it comes from the mouth of God. I mean, I think these are very simple but profound theological statements that are certainly warranted in the text. I mean, I believe that what we have in the Bible is the correct version of events. Okay? I think it mirrors the ancient Near Eastern pagan cultures because that's their culture. Yeah, God, I think, could use the polemic, the strategy there, you know, to, I think there is a sort of, there's an evangelistic bent to that could could take hold in somebody's mind. I mean, we don't necessarily know. We have hints of it in the Old Testament. But I certainly don't think that it's just like a Slavish borrowing because they couldn't think of their own thoughts. And, boy, we got to come up with something here so that it looks like this guy's stuff over here and, all of that. This is why I said a week, and even the week before, inspiration really ought to be viewed as a process, and God is in the process. People are, every writer of Scripture, God providentially set those guys up to be what they were at the moment that they were supposed to be and act and write and do what they did. And God is in every moment of their lives. One of the other reasons I don't like the traditional view of inspiration is that God zaps people and then he leaves. And I guess that's over. Again, treating it as a paranormal artifact. If God is in the process, and it's a slow process, it involves lots of hands, it involves the unpredictability of human behavior, and God has to step into history again and keep working with humanity. That is moment by moment providential oversight. God never takes a day off, when it comes to producing this thing we call the Bible. To me, that is a much higher view of God's activity. And it's not unique to me, so I'm not claiming anything for myself there, but I think that you get to appreciate God's activity, his moment-by-moment activity, a little bit more. And if he's interested in humanity, and his interest in humanity is shown through this one group, and it's that group that produced this book that we call the Bible, then I think that says something. I don't know if that answered your question. Brad? Yeah.
Maybe we'll spin on that. If we agree that God communicated true revelation about himself to the ancient Israelites, isn't it just really weird that the true religion happens to be closest to ancient Canaanite religion when you look at all religions developed? Why wasn't it more like Polynesian or Japanese or ancient South American or any of the religions it could have been like? It just happened to be closest to the one that was geographically and chronologically proximate. Yeah,
I think that's a direct result of God's choice to act when and where he did and how. When God acts in time, there are consequences. In time.
So the very same thing that looks like it's a derivative that gives that certain.
If the people you're communicating,
right out of that,
right. Let's say we didn't have a Bible and God comes to Bellingham and picks one of you to start the ball rolling. Okay, God knows I'm going to produce this thing called the Bible. I'm going to start with this guy over here, or this girl over there, and he does that. And as that person writes down what they, feel led, to write, because it's punctuated with these divine encounters and other things that sort of affirm to the person that I have a responsibility here. God appeared to me and told me to do this or that, and I haven't seen him in 20 years, but boy, that was pretty memorable. So I ought to, kind of stay with it here. If you have the experiences like the patriarchs did, and you're going along in your life and you're trying to do the best you can with what you think is your mission now, as you recall the deity giving it to you, you run into problems, you run into people, you run into issues that by their very nature are going to, by and large, be a byproduct of where you live, who you live with, who you live next to. And so that group is going to go their own way because they don't have, what I have. But I'm going to write in such a way to communicate to my group and to them so that everybody can understand what I'm doing here. And then 500 years later, it looks like you got this from the people in the next neighborhood. Well, that isn't what happened at all. Okay, there's a residual sort of byproduct effect because of the time and place in which you were doing that. And that's no surprise to God, because he made the initial decision to start the ball rolling there. I think a lot of times scholars make mountains out of molehills when they get to stuff like this. Because frankly, there is I don't want to launch into a boring discussion of the history of biblical criticism, but there is a predisposition in the history of biblical criticism to, let me just say it this way, it's not a coincidence that a lot of this stuff started in the late 19th century, and the people involved in it were anti-Semitic. That is not a coincidence. It doesn't mean they're all evil. It just means that they had a certain predisposition to dislike one set of ideas and to favor something else. And some of them made it their mission to bolster the something else and attack the other thing. And we, in biblical studies, have inherited that. That is their legacy to us. It's quite colored by a tradition of anti-Semitism in many cases. Scholarship is not about who's smart and who's dumb. Everybody's smart, okay, who does this. It's about presuppositions. It's always about presuppositions. You know, things that you bring to the table when you begin to do your objective research. Yeah, that's always what it's about. Anybody else? You know, I once said that in a graduate school seminar. There were days I wasn't real popular. There was that day about the anti-Semitism. I had a Jewish professor, and I said, you know, it sure looks to me like a lot of these guys were anti-Semitic. Do you think that might have tainted their objectivity? And he looked at me and he said, yeah, you're probably right, but who cares?